All right, members of the jury, remain standing, okay? Give me just one moment. The gallery and the parties may be seated. Members of the jury, you were sworn in before we left at our last session. Does everyone still reaffirm their oath? All right, you may be seated. Good morning. All right, outside of your presence, we've been doing some work that hopefully will ensure that the trial will go smoothly. We've been working, that is both sides and the court have been working to make sure that we can get some housekeeping matters taken care of so that when we start the trial, it will occur more smoothly. You know that I like to talk to you all about schedule, so let me let you know what your morning is going to look like. This morning, this court is going to open the proceedings with the preliminary instructions. After I read those to you, the lawyers, if they wish, will give an opening statement. A note about, and a reminder, I know it's been some time since we've seen each other, that I am the judge of the law, and you all are the judges of fact. Our roles do not overlap in any way. However, this court's purpose is to guide you with the law. Once I decide what laws apply to the case, you will see that I will be reading to you quite a bit. I mention that because it's a little bit unnatural to have someone read to you. So once I decide what laws apply, I read them to you. And so the preliminary instructions are meant to guide you through the trial process. They are meant to introduce you to the procedures that you will see throughout the entire trial. So the preliminary instructions, I'm going to ask that you listen to them. And at one point in time, I'm going to pause in just a moment to let you do some things with your notepad, okay? However, I'm going to fast forward to the end of the proceedings where this court will give you the final instructions on the law. Those final instructions will be both read to you and they will be published for you right on those screens in front of you so that you can follow along. The final instructions are more technical and you will have a copy of those instructions to help you during deliberations. And so I've confirmed with both sides, that is both the state of Florida and the defense in this case, that they are ready to proceed. So this court will open with the preliminary instructions. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. This is a criminal case. The defendant has been charged with the crimes of murder in the first degree and solicitation to commit a capital felony. The definitions of those crimes will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I will give to you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you that you may consider as evidence. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of the defendant's guilt. I will now explain the different roles that the court and the jury perform during the course of a trial. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against the defendant in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have an opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections that they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys outside of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such conferences may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. Please feel free to stand and stretch if you need to while I'm talking to the attorneys. You all have been provided a notepad and a pen for your use if you wish to take notes. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you're not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. But regardless of whether you choose to take notes, if you would please put your name on the first page of the notepad that's been provided. If you please do that now. All right, thank you. Any notes that you take during this trial will be for your personal use. And to ensure that your notes remain private, please do not write any notes on the first page of the notepad that has your name on it. If you wish, you can use all subsequent pages to write your notes. You will not be allowed to take your notes with you from the courtroom. During recesses, please turn your notepad over, and the bailiffs will ensure that no one will attempt to read your notes. Over the night's recesses, the bailiffs will take possession of your notes and then will return them to you when we reconvene. After the conclusion of the evidence and the arguments of the attorneys and the final instructions on the law by me, you will be allowed to use your notes during deliberations. When you have completed your deliberations, your notes will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. This is an important consideration if you do decide to take notes during this trial. Please do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceeding. Your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Members of the jury, I'm going to now reread and remind you of the communication rules that you've been instructed on previously. And you must follow these rules until you are discharged from your service as a juror. Jurors must decide this case, and that's without distraction and only on the evidence presented here in the courtroom. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own, and this means reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, or electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. You may not visit the places mentioned during this trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during this trial. You are also not permitted to communicate about this case, and that's with anyone, including your spouse, your family members, friends, neighbors, and even your fellow jurors. The communication with your fellow jurors about this case should only occur when the court instructs you to begin deliberations. During the trial, the court will take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. It is important to remember that this prohibition on communicating about this case applies during these recesses, whether you're in the courthouse or elsewhere. If at any time you find yourself in a situation where others are discussing this case in your presence, please leave that situation at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will then advise me. You cannot have your cell phones or other electronic devices here in the courtroom while court is in session. However, you may use these devices during recesses, but you still must follow these communication rules. To ensure your privacy as a juror, please do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of your fellow jurors while deliberating. You must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. The jury room has all the electronic equipment that you will need to view the evidence. The jury room does not have a phone or internet capabilities. I know I've explained it, but I'm going to say it one more time. What are the reasons for these rules? If you investigate, if you research, or you make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information that you obtained is proper for this case. And the parties likewise would have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find, and this is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result. That would require this entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the party, the court, and the taxpayers. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation. In conclusion, you should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of this case until you've heard all the evidence, the arguments of the attorneys, and the law, and the instructions on the law by me. Until that time, you should not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You must follow the communication rule. This case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during this trial, in your presence, in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and me. Members of the jury, that concludes the preliminary instructions. I turn the case over for opening statements. State of Florida.
May it please the court.
Ms. Stifler.
Counsel. The Sanctuary neighborhood in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, is exactly what it sounds like. It's a small residential enclave of nice homes with golf carts and boats in the driveway. But on the night of February 16th, 2022, Sanctuary was anything but that for Jared Bridegan. Instead, Sanctuary Boulevard South was the site of his execution. Jared had just dropped off 2 children that he shared with his ex-wife, Shanna Gardner, at her home at Marsh Inlet, about 2.5 miles north of what would be the site of his death. His ex-wife, Miss Gardner, lived there with her new husband, this defendant, Mario Fernandez. Jared dropped his children off and was on his way home to Nocatee, where he lived with his new wife, Kirsten Bridegan, and their 2 daughters. One of his daughters, 2-year-old Bexley Bridegan, was in the car with him. Minutes after he left Miss Gardner's children safely at her home, he reached Sanctuary Boulevard South, where a tire was laying in the road. A dark residential road surrounded on either side by trees with 2 high curbs on each side, one way south, a tree line, and one way north. He put his vehicle in park, put on his flashers, and got out of his car to move the tire. A figure from the darkness stepped out with a firearm and fired 4 10-millimeter bullets, 2 of which went into the vehicle, the passenger compartment, inches from where 2-year-old Bexley Bridegan was strapped in her car seat. 2 of those bullets went into Jared Bridegan, and he ended up face down on the pavement of that cold, dark road. He lay there, and Bexley Bridegan remained strapped in her car seat, a seat designed to keep her safe, now held her unable to move for nearly 7 minutes until anybody arrived. Due to his injuries, Jared could not get up and he could not reach her. Every parent's worst nightmare. To die not knowing if any of those bullets had hit his daughter. To die not knowing if she was safe. The person who shot Jared disappeared into the night. There were no witnesses other than Bexley. Nothing. 7 minutes after those gunshots, vehicles started to back up behind Jared's stopped vehicle. 2 people, Shane Borja and Jonelle Cruz, happened to be passing through the area. They got out of their vehicle and walked up to Jared's car with its driver's door open and his flashers on. Shane saw the car, the flashers, and Jared laying face down on the asphalt. Thought it could be a car accident until he saw all the blood and until he saw Bexley in her car seat. He unbuckled her, pulled her out, took her to Jonelle. Despite being only 2.5, Bexley was an articulate and intelligent child. Despite it being a warm night for February, she was shaking. She told Jonelle, "Something happened to my daddy. I heard loud booms. My daddy's hurt. My daddy's on the ground." She asked, "Are the police going to help my daddy?" Well, police arrived, and unfortunately, they could give Jared no help. Shortly before 8 p.m. on February 16th, Jared Bridegan died face down on that asphalt at Sanctuary Boulevard. Not from a car accident, but from a premeditated murder. A targeted ambush, a planned tactical ambush with a tire in the road in a dark place where no one would see and no one would know and no one would trace it back to those responsible. For one purpose, to kill Jared Bridegan, a killer in the darkness who was picked, hired, solicited for that purpose. And then to disappear into the night. No trace he was ever there. No link to Jared other than being the last person he ever saw on earth. And no trail back to the people who planned and financed Jared's killing. The architects of Jared Bridegan's murder intended it to be the perfect crime. And it almost was. There were no witnesses, but there was an eye in the sky. A surveillance camera, 2 houses down, was able to capture a figure next to Jared's car and the last of the 4 gunshots. That camera captured this figure firing that last gunshot, then walking and then running from frame. Now, standing here in this courtroom 4.5 years later, it seems obvious, goes without saying, that this was an ambush, this was targeted. But that night, it was less so obvious. Officers from the Jacksonville Beach Police Department responded. They were young, they were inexperienced with homicides. Homicides generally don't happen in a neighborhood like Sanctuary, or for Jacksonville Beach for that matter, and certainly not a homicide of a man with his child in the car on a dark road. What you will hear is they began a years-long investigation. They used cutting-edge technology and old-fashioned, boots-on-the-ground, knocking-on-doors police work. A man executed in front of his child by a ghost in the darkness. What was clear from that night, though, was that the manner and method of Jared's death was not consistent with a robbery. Jared's wedding ring, his Apple Watch, his phone, his debit cards were all unseen. Bexley was unharmed. That video, the audio of gunshots and the video of that person calmly walking and then running out of sight showed no dispute. There were no voices picked up. There was no indication it was a road rage incident. And then there was that tire. The surveillance that I talked about showed that before Jared's death, minutes before, traffic had been passing unobstructed through that area, meaning that the killer placed that tire in the road seconds before Jared Bridegan got there. That tire was a trap. At that road at Sanctuary, unlike other ones, with those two high curbs and the woods on either side, very dark, no street lights at that time, no cameras, no businesses, and no houses in that immediate vicinity of that road. Feet away from the cut to J. Turner Butler. So dark. Putting a tire in the road that way would virtually guarantee that somebody would have to stop and move it out of the way, rather than risk driving up over those high curbs with those woods on either side. The tire was the trap to get him to stop, to get him to get out of the car, to leave him vulnerable and exposed. That tire was as much the murder weapon that killed Jared Bridegan as the firearm that fired those bullets. So the surveillance clip from police, the figure in the night, the audio of a pattern of gunshots, bang, 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 steady, consistent. All of it combined that night to let the police know what they were dealing with here was not random. This was intentional. This murder was personal. So the question that night for police, who in the world wanted Jared Bridegan dead? Who had the motive? Who would benefit from his death? And over their investigation for years, that answer, and the reason that you are all here in court today, Shanna Gardner, his ex-wife, and her new husband, this defendant, Mario Fernandez. As Mr. Mizrahi told you last week during jury selection, the state of Florida has charged Mario Fernandez with 2 crimes: first-degree murder, premeditated murder, and solicitation to commit a capital offense. Now, the burden is on the state of Florida to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. We welcome that burden. We will do that over the next week and a half by presenting evidence in the forms of exhibits and witness testimony. You will have the law as instructed by the court. You have one more thing, equally as important as those two, that you bring with you into this room and back into that deliberation room. That is your common sense. What will become apparent to you very quickly was the same fact that became apparent to those investigators years ago. No one in the world truly wanted Jared Bridegan dead. No one in the world truly benefited from his death. No one in the world truly had motive to kill him, except for Gardner and Fernandez. A little background. Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan were married very young, after a quick courtship. They were both members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which you all may know as the Mormon Church. They were married, they had twin children, they moved from Utah, various places in the country, and ended up in Jacksonville, Florida, because one of their children had a heart condition and needed to live at sea level. Jared was very religious. He wanted to raise the children in the church. At some point during their marriage, Ms. Gardner began to question her religion. She wanted to leave the church. She did not want to raise her children the way that she was raised in the church. They had strife. They got divorced. And in some time had passed, the acrimony of that divorce never did. It remained very bitter between the two of them, despite the fact that they both later remarried. Jared Bridegan remarried Kirsten Bridegan in 2017, and Shanna Gardner remarried this defendant, Mario Fernandez, in 2018. Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner met at a gym She was doing workout classes and training. He was the maintenance man. He grew up in Jacksonville. She grew up in a very, very wealthy family in Utah. They had a very short courtship, and then they got married. And their marriage was not one necessarily of true love, but of convenience. It was a deal. His words, not mine. You'll hear that he told police that he married Ms. Gardner to help her with the kids, to help her with the Jared situation, and that they sealed the deal when he talked about their marriage. The two couples co-parented. They did not do so amicably. You will see the court filings. You will see they were in and out of court for years. Big issues, medical treatment, where the kids went to school, small issues, who's going to pay for this, who's going to pay for that. They fought over everything. Can she dye her hair? Who pays for the oxygen tank? They got to the point where they would only communicate, the four of them, in writing. Separate parent-teacher conferences, separate doctor's appointments. It was nasty. It was petty. It was not good on both sides. But Shanna Gardner complained about the custody agreement incessantly. She wanted full custody, particularly because Jared was bringing the children, especially their young daughter, into the church that she now did not want to be a part of, that she now despised. The defendant himself told police after Jared's death that they were seeking full custody, that they wanted full custody, that they would have even been happier with more custody, 60-40 as opposed to the 50-50. The defendant, after Jared Bridegan's death, told police that the kids were better off without him. And the money. Ms. Gardner was from a very wealthy family, and her parents, in order to protect her assets, set up a trust fund for her, the Shanna Gardner Irrevocable Trust Fund. And this defendant was the trustee. She had in the trust a clause that stated that when she had no more legal entanglements with Jared Bridegan, that she could elect to serve as a trustee of her own trust and gain access and control over her money. Before Jared's death, you may hear evidence that Gardner and Fernandez, this defendant, were planning to separate and divorce. He would no longer be trustee over her finances and live in the nice house at Marsh Inlet that her parents bought for them and drive his Toyota Tundra that was purchased for him during the marriage. They had also decided to separate. They were not in love. This marriage of convenience had run its course. And then Jared Bridegan was murdered. And Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner remain legally married to this day. 4 months after the death, the defendant remained the trustee on her trust. A week after Jared Bridegan's death, the defendant transferred $50,000 from Shanna Gardner's trust into his own personal checking account. 4 months after Jared Bridegan's death, they continued to live together until they separated. He gained half the proceeds of the sale of their home at Marsh Inlet that her parents had purchased. He sold the Tesla that they had during the marriage. He sold the Toyota Tundra they had during the marriage. And he continued to move money around. Ms. Gardner got what she wanted, full control over her children and the freedom to move out of Jacksonville, Florida. 6 months after Jared's death, she left the state of Florida without the defendant, her legal husband, and moved to Washington State with her 2 children into a home purchased by her parents through an LLC. Mr. Fernandez eventually moved to Orlando. The facts I just told you are undisputed. You're going to see bank records, court.
I'll sustain it. You can rephrase.
The facts that I just described to you come from the records themselves, bank records, the court filings, interview of the defendant, the witnesses who will take the stand. Clearly, they had motive. They benefited greatly from Jared's death. And the detectives with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department knew this. They heard this. They conducted hundreds of interviews. They pulled bank records. They pulled phone records. They knew that these people had a motive. And although they were suspicious, they did not rush their investigation. They looked at every possible lead, which were few and far between, given the nature, the method, the manner of Jared's death. They also learned that other than Gardner and the defendant, there were no other true individuals with actual motive to have Jared killed.
Grounds. Okay. Is that better? Okay. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. You will hear that the Jacksonville Beach Police conducted an investigation which uncovered that there were no other suspects with a true motivation to kill Jared Bridegan. They interviewed Jared's widow, Kirsten Bridegan. They spoke to his family members. They spoke to his friends. They spoke to his coworkers. They spoke to anybody in the past that had any type of argument or dispute with him. They followed every lead they possibly could. They went to his home. They got his work laptop, his hard drive, his personal laptop, his phone. They extracted them. They downloaded them. His widow, Mrs. Bridegan, provided police with passwords and access. She let them into her home and showed them where her husband had kept his firearms. What they learned about Jared Bridegan through his digital life and through these interviews with those that knew him best was that he was a risk-averse person. He worked from home. He had a very small circle, few friends, family, few hobbies. There was no evidence uncovered through their search of his devices or through interviews that he was in any kind of gambling debt, any significant financial debt. He had no criminal record, no history of arrests. There were no drugs in his talk screen, no indication that he was buying or selling drugs, no indication from his devices or for interviews that he was having an affair, that he had an ongoing long-term dispute with anybody, save them. He didn't go out partying. He didn't travel. He lived in Nocatee. He worked from home. And he led a quiet life. He attended church every Sunday and was devoutly Mormon. So not only did the police learn of the motive of Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, the defendant, they also learned through investigation and through following leads and talking to everybody and anybody that could potentially have any information, that there appeared to be nobody else with a motive to kill Jared Bridegan. Like I said, they didn't jump to conclusions. They pulled phone records and financial records for his widow, for family members. They tried to use cutting-edge investigative techniques, some things you'll learn about during this trial, like tower dumps and geofence. They cobbled together what surveillance they had. Nothing turned up a significant lead that sent them anywhere. They went door to door to door through the miles of homes in Jacksonville Beach, knocking, looking for eyewitnesses, looking for surveillance video. Nobody saw the murder. Nobody could give them a suspect description. They had nothing but a shadowy figure on the screen. They had the manner of death, that this was personal and targeted. And they had some other things that the killer had left behind. Very little. What they had was the tire in the road. The tire had a rim on it that they were able to identify through OPM records, manufacturer records, that it belonged to a Ford F-150. And when they learned that, they started looking on surveillance. They found Jared's vehicle, the black VW Atlas, which is what he drove, and they saw that minutes and seconds before he reached Sanctuary, where he was killed, that there seemed to be a vehicle in frame with his vehicle. And that vehicle was a blue Ford F-150 with a tan stripe along the running board. So they expanded their surveillance search. They found more video of that particular vehicle. You will see a compilation of clips of that truck that they identified through hundreds of hours of video that they poured over. You will see that that blue truck, F-150, arrived to Jacksonville Beach around 5:45 p.m. on Beach Boulevard, that it drove down through the back residential winding roads that Jared would have taken from the defendant's home at Marsh Inlet to Sanctuary, where he was killed, before the homicide. That it drove down Sanctuary Boulevard South, that same eye in the sky that caught that figure, miraculously also was triggered by someone taking out their trash. And it caught a blue Ford F-150 with a tan running board driving down Sanctuary an hour before the murder, slowing down and almost appearing to stop at the very site where Jared would be killed an hour later. It caught that car coming back up, driving around, and then pulling in to an apartment complex cut, an area called Pablo Hamlet at Cheddar, a street north of the homicide scene in Jacksonville Beach, a street where this blue truck that was seen slowing at the homicide scene and then driving away from the homicide scene shortly after Jared was killed, waited for a period of about 20 minutes before Jared's death. And this street, Cheddar, this Pablo Hamlet area, isn't just anywhere in Jacksonville Beach. It is exactly one street over and directly behind that house in Marsh Inlet where Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez lived. Detectives followed that surveillance of the blue truck. They saw it in front of Jared seconds before his death. It appeared to be moving fast, as if trying to put distance between itself and Jared's vehicle, as if trying to create time, perhaps to lay down a tire and set a trap. That blue vehicle was seen driving north away from the homicide scene after the gunshots. That blue truck was seen before the homicide on surveillance with what appeared to be an object in its bed, consistent with a tire. At 6:41 p.m. on Grande Boulevard, a camera picked up that truck, the tire in the back. At 7:54, minutes after the homicide, that same camera at Grande picked up that truck, this time going north, away from the homicide scene, and that tire was not in the bed of the truck anymore. The detectives felt like this was the first real lead. This vehicle, it was an older model. It was a blue truck with a running stripe that was tan on the bottom. It was unique enough that they could move on it. They could put it out there. They released a photo to the public. They begged for tips. They asked for people to call in. Has anybody seen this truck? Because the surveillance was too grainy to make out a license plate or even the state of the tag. And Jacksonville Beach at this time did not have what we call license plate readers. All they had was a make, a model, and a general appearance. But no legitimate leads came in. And the trail on the truck for some time went cold. The other piece of evidence that the killer left behind was the expelled cartridge casings from the firearm used to kill Jared Bridegan. When you fire a semi-automatic handgun, the cartridge, or what we in layman's terms usually say bullet or ammo, the projectile is expelled and the cartridge, or shell casing, as some people might call it, is ejected. In this case, the killer took the gun with him when he fled, but he did not pick up the shell casings. So those 4 shots, 4 10-millimeter cartridge casings or shells were left behind at the homicide scene. And detectives had something to work with there Because although there are 10 millimeters manufactured and distributed, it is not the most common caliber firearm. It's not like a 9 or a 40. It gave them something to look into. And not only was it a 10 millimeter firearm used and 10 millimeter ammunition, an expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement will tell you that they are able to determine it most likely came from a Glock 10 millimeter firearm. Because when it's shot, it leaves a certain pattern from the firing pin, consistent with a Glock, consistent with their proprietary design. And not only was it most likely a Glock 10 millimeter, it was probably an older model Glock 10 millimeter. So the detectives tracked down every FFL sale of a 10 millimeter firearm in the months preceding the homicide. They pulled pawn records for 10 millimeters pawned, and they worked with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office NIBIN unit, a National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to try to track down any 10 millimeter that they could. And they followed up on it. They figured out who purchased 10 millimeters from FFLs. They figured out who pawned 10 millimeters. They sent officers out to talk to these people, to look at their names, to run their records, to see if there was any connection to any of them in Jared Bridegan through his phone records, bank statements, or device downloads, through interviews with his friends and family, and there were none. And lastly, they had the time and place of Jared's death as a clue. Although not physical evidence, that gave them information as well. Because the path that Jared Bridegan took from Marsh Inlet to Sanctuary is a windy path through a residential area. It's a cut through. Unless you live in the neighborhood or are familiar with it, most likely you're not driving that route. And they knew that the tire had not been in the road until moments before Jared's death. So they knew the killer had to have known, one, that Jared Bridegan would be in Jacksonville Beach that night, even though he lived and worked in Nocatee. Two, that he would be driving a black VW Atlas. And three, that he would be going down Sanctuary at that exact moment, the right time for the killer to execute his plan and execute Jared. And there were not that many people in the world that knew that Jared Bridegan would be in Jacksonville Beach that Wednesday night, February 16th, 2022, at approximately those times. But some people did, including Shanna Gardner and the defendant, Mario Fernandez. Because part of their custody arrangement for this 50-50 parental time sharing was that on the week that the parents did not have the twins, they would get a date night with them. So on the weeks where the twins were at Gardner and Fernandez's, Jared Bridegan would come to Jacksonville Beach, pick up the twins, and take them out to dinner. And they called it date night. And it was always Wednesday night, every other Wednesday night. And it was always around the same time, between 6:30 and 8 p.m. So the killer had to have known about date night, or that Jared would be there that night, because February 16th, 2022 was a Wednesday night and was a date night. That's why he was there, picking up and dropping off the children. And the killer had to have known that Jared would be in his black VW Atlas. And in order to kill Jared Bridegan and leave no witnesses behind, the killer would have known that Jared would be with his daughter Bexley, but that his wife, Kirsten Bridegan, would not. That she had given birth to their second daughter 6 months ago and had not been going on date night for the past couple months. So the killer had a blue truck, a tire, a 10 millimeter firearm, and information about Jared Bridegan's whereabouts in order to successfully carry out the plan to kill him. And the detectives followed these leads as best they could, and the trail ran cold. And they kept coming back to the names Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez as they eliminated other possibilities. They continued to follow every lead. And months passed, and they decided to start expanding their interviews, talk to everybody and anybody, no matter how insignificant they seem, to see if they have any information. When doing this in July of 2022, a few months after Jared's death, and a month or two after the trail had gone cold, they ended up at a residence in the Jacksonville's northwest side, 5239 Potomac Avenue, just near Edgewood and Kings Road, a little north of the Paxton area, if you're familiar. And it's about 40 minutes from Jacksonville Beach. 5239 Potomac is a home owned by this defendant, Mario Fernandez. He was using it as a rental property, and it was managed by an LLC called First Choice Home Rentals, an LLC that was incorporated by Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner. They were joint business partners. This house is not like the Marsh Inlet house or the houses in Sanctuary. You'll see photographs of the house, of the state of its disrepair. Rent there was not expensive. In July of 2022, detectives went to that home because they knew Mr. Fernandez was a landlord and was renting the property, and they spoke to the tenants there. A man named Jeremy Ordway, and another man arrived while they were there, a former tenant named Henry Tenon. And while detectives were speaking to Mr. Ordway and Henry Tenon, they noticed against the side of the house an old tire. It had been put out for garbage collection, and by some stroke of luck, they happened to be there that day and happened to see it before it was taken to the dump. They took that tire, collected it, brought it back to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, and compared it to the tire left at the crime scene, the tire used as a trap, the tire used to murder Jared Bridegan. And they realized it was the same make and model. It had the same DOT number, meaning it was manufactured by Michelin in the same factory the same week as the tire from the crime scene. That was the first real lead that blew the case open. Here's this tire leaning against the house that this defendant owns. And they realized very quickly that the man that arrived at the house, Henry Tenon, owned a blue and tan, two-toned, older model Ford F-150 Lariat that he had inherited from his father. Who is Henry Tenon? I wish I could have the picture. Henry Tenon is a man in his now late 60s and mid 60s around the time of this homicide. Henry Tenon has a 12th grade education. He has limited family in Georgia. He's a convicted felon. He is a day laborer. He worked for a pallet company. Pallets are those big wooden pallets they use to stack equipment, and his job was to take old pallets and break them down into pieces. It's heavy manual labor, and he got paid by the piece, not by the hour, not a salary. He got paid by the piece. Detectives pulled his bank records. His bank account was frequently overdrawn. He was back due on child support. His wages at the pallet company where he worked were being garnished. Through the majority of 2022, he was essentially homeless. He was sleeping on couches. He was sleeping on a couch at 5239 Potomac Avenue because his friend, the tenant, Mr. Ordway, let him. He was living, as they say in Potomac, pillow to post. He had been a tenant at one point at the Potomac Avenue home, but had been evicted in early 2022 when Mr. Ordway began leasing the property in January of 2022. Henry Tenon's only connection to Jared Bridegan is this defendant, Mario Fernandez. Detectives began looking into him. They were able to find his tag registration. They were able to find that he owned a truck similar to the one they saw on surveillance video, similar to the murder truck. So they arrested him in August of 2022 for driving charges, driving on a suspended license. To further their investigation, they were able to obtain a phone off of his person. They were able to get a set of car keys from his pocket that belonged to a Ford F-150, even though he was driving a Crown Vic, and even though there was no sighting or sign of the truck that he had inherited from his father. They pulled his bank records from his phone. They were able to obtain a phone number, an email address, and they were able to get Google location data, something you'll hear about during this trial. Something that existed and was new at the time and now is no longer kept for law enforcement purposes by Google. A moment in time, detectives were able to get this information. And what it told them was that Henry Tenon's phone number, email address, linked to his Android phone were in Jacksonville Beach the night of February 16th, 2022. And not just in Jacksonville Beach, a block or two away from the homicide scene, minutes after Jared Bridegan was killed. And from that location data, detectives were able to go back to that surveillance they collected, and they were able to identify a black male on camera walking from the homicide scene and walking throughout Jacksonville Beach after the murder. And in that video, they were able to determine that the person had a jacket and a pair of boots that looked very, very, very similar to a jacket and a pair of boots that they collected from 5239 Potomac Avenue belonging to Henry Tenon. They eventually found his truck in the yard of a family friend. Henry Tenon's vehicle. A vehicle that looked very similar to this vehicle before the homicide, driving on Grande Boulevard with a tire in the back bed, leaving the homicide scene after the murder with no tire. Most importantly, they got his DNA. His DNA came back on the steering wheel of this blue vehicle. It came back on those keys that were in his pocket for a Ford F-150, keys that unlocked this vehicle. And Henry Tenon's DNA came back on a swab of the inner rim of that tire at Sanctuary Boulevard South that was put in the road to trap and kill Jared Bridegan. Detectives realized Henry Tenon was the shooter. Although they searched and searched, they found no link between Jared Bridegan, Kirsten Bridegan, the Bridegan family, and Henry Tenon. They found no motive for Henry Tenon to have wanted Jared Bridegan dead. The killer was a stranger to Jared Bridegan. The murder was personal. And what you will see this week is the link between the two is this defendant, Mario Fernandez. That link between those leads, between the tire to the truck to the defendant, between the manner of the death, the time and the place and the timing and this defendant, the investigation the detectives did started with that evidence, and it led to Henry Tenon, and it led right back to Mario Fernandez. And that's a common theme you'll see this week. Everything they investigated that had potential to give actual evidentiary value led from Mario Fernandez to information. And the more they investigated that information, the more they looked into Henry Tenon, the more they looked into the tire, it led right back to Mario Fernandez. You'll see another connection. As they realized that Henry Tenon was involved in this murder, they started to take a harder look at the other associates of Mario Fernandez. Just as the killer was linked to Mario through that truck and tire, you will hear about a link between that 10mm Glock firearm and Mario Fernandez. You will hear about Mario Fernandez's friendship with a man named John Biggerstaff. John Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez have known each other for decades. He went to high school with Mr. Biggerstaff's children, and they maintained over the years an acquaintanceship and a friendship off and on. They would work out, hang out. You will also hear that John Biggerstaff was a former Navy cryptologist and a former JSO reserve officer until he was federally prosecuted for a felony. He and Mr. Fernandez were in close contact in 2022, leading up to the homicide. You will hear that they spent time together in Mr. Biggerstaff's home, in his garage, talking about the custody battle, sharing beers, venting. You will hear that John Biggerstaff is the person that Mario Fernandez called after hearing about the murder of Jared Bridegan. One of his first contacts, one of his first calls was to John Biggerstaff in the early morning hours of February 17th, after police let them know Jared Bridegan had been killed. You will hear that Mario Fernandez was at John Biggerstaff's house the night before the murder, February 15th into the early morning hours of February 16th. And you will hear that Mario Fernandez spent February 17th, the day after Jared's murder, with John Biggerstaff. And this is significant because when John Biggerstaff became a convicted felon and was fired from JSO, he had to surrender his firearms, and he surrendered them to his son, Juan Biggerstaff. One of the firearms that he surrendered was a Glock, older model, 10mm firearm. So detectives investigated. They spoke to Mr. Biggerstaff. They spoke to his son, Juan. They tracked down purchase records. They were trying to find this firearm. You will hear from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement expert that if you have shell casings left behind on a scene and you have a firearm, you can test fire it, you can compare those casings, and you can scientifically determine if casings on a scene were fired by a certain gun. So the police obviously wanted to obtain Mr. Biggerstaff's Glock 10mm to see if it was the weapon used to kill Jared Bridegan or not. And they are unable to do that to this day because Mr. John Biggerstaff and his son, Juan Biggerstaff, have forgotten where this firearm is. They just don't know. They can't produce it. They can't tell anyone where it is. We have been unable to find it and to test it to see whether or not that was the firearm used to kill Jared Bridegan. A gun we don't have because the defendant's close friend that he hung out with the day before the murder and the day after the murder can't produce his Glock 10mm firearm. And like Henry Tenon, John Biggerstaff has no connection to Jared Bridegan or to Kirsten Bridegan or to the Bridegan family. Another piece of evidence that we found by starting with Mario Fernandez that led right back to him. Another link between two people who are strangers to Jared Bridegan and this defendant. These links, or coincidences, as they might be called by defense during this case, are numerous. Jared had no connection to Henry Tenon, but someone had to tell him what vehicle he was in. Henry Tenon has no connection to Sanctuary neighborhood, but this route was specific. This ambush was pre-planned, given that evidence of that truck driving it before the murder. Someone had to have shown him where to go. Henry Tenon would not have known about date night unless someone told him. And Henry Tenon happened to kill Jared Bridegan with a Glock 10mm firearm, a relatively unusual firearm that someone had to give him. Henry Tenon, a tenant of Mario Fernandez, happened to kill the one person standing between this defendant and remaining in his marriage and profiting from that marriage to Shanna Gardner, and standing between Ms. Gardner and her ability to control her own money, control her freedom, and control her children. Those are the coincidences, as they might call them, you will hear about in the next 2 weeks. And the defendant and Ms. Gardner profited from the death of Jared Bridegan, as did Henry Tenon. You will also hear evidence that when they recovered Henry Tenon's truck, inside the truck were 3 check stubs, still together, with numerical markings. And the police were able to go into Henry Tenon's bank records, find those check numbers, and see that Henry Tenon, in March and April of 2022, weeks after Jared's death, deposited 3 checks written by Mario Fernandez, the defendant. He deposited a $2,000 check with a subject line landscaping. He deposited a $3,000 check with the subject line keeping up with the roof. And he deposited a $5,000 check written by this defendant to the shooter that said, Kickstarter, good luck, exclamation point, exclamation point. Well, you'll see photos of the house at Potomac. You'll see its roof. You'll see its landscaping. You'll see the state of the home. You'll see Mr. Tenon's bank records and the fact that he was frequently overdrawn on his accounts, that he's a day laborer whose wages are being garnished by the government for back-due child support. You will not hear any evidence from the downloads of Henry Tenon's phones or Google accounts that he ever had a Kickstarter. And you will see very quickly that there are no way these are legitimate payments. You will have Mr. Fernandez's Google download, which contains his business dealings with First Choice Home Rentals as it relates to 5239 Potomac. And you'll see the difference between the legitimate expenditures he's giving to LLCs and air conditioning companies with invoices and estimates and scheduled times and emails versus these checks that just magically appeared out of nowhere for $10,000 to a man who earns $15,000 a year breaking down pallets. These checks were a way to hide money for a murder hidden in plain sight to make it look legitimate, with the hope that Henry Tenon would never be identified and no one would ever look that deep. Nobody during this trial is going to be able to take the stand and tell you about the conversations between Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez regarding this murder. Henry Tenon has been charged. He will not be testifying as a witness, nor will Ms. Gardner. And you will hear evidence from phone records that Henry Tenon, despite not being a tenant of Mr. Fernandez past January of 2022, had multiple text messages and phone calls with the defendant in February and March of 2022 when he wasn't a tenant. Multiple phone calls and texts. I'm talking 70 text messages and calls in February 2022. You will hear that none of those text messages, the content, the call logs, exist on Henry Tenon's phones or devices. Henry Tenon deleted his contact with this defendant, Mario Fernandez. You will also hear that shortly after Henry Tenon was arrested in August 2022 on those driving on a suspended license charges unrelated to the murder, that Mario Fernandez, this defendant, factory reset, wiped his cell phone. Not just deleted. You'll hear from a forensic expert what it means to wipe your phone. What you lose, all the apps, all the passwords, financial records, banking records, every photograph someone has ever taken on their phone, gone, wiped. After his tenant, ex-tenant, is arrested on unrelated charges. You will also hear from his Google return that Mr. Fernandez deleted Henry Tenon as a contact in his Google Cloud, that he deleted over 6,000 records from his Google account. This is what we call consciousness of guilt. It's evidence you can consider this week as you evaluate what the state has presented. But you will not hear someone come in and say, Mario Fernandez paid me to kill Henry Tenon. Two people can keep a secret if one of them's dead, and for purposes of this trial, Henry Tenon is dead to you. He is not on trial. Shanna Gardner is not on trial. But the evidence of their consciousness of guilt is evidence of this defendant's guilt. We can't say where Mario Fernandez was during the time of the homicide. We know from surveillance, and you will see on the surveillance, that Henry Tenon is on foot for hours in Jacksonville Beach after the murder, about an hour and a half, trying to get out of Jacksonville Beach. You will also see surveillance that the blue truck with that tire in the back that left the homicide scene without that tire is separated from Henry Tenon, which means two people were there that night. One driving the truck, one person, Henry Tenon, murdering Jared Bridegan. Mario Fernandez's cell phone has the ability to tell us where he is through cell site location, your tower. And you'll hear a lot of evidence this trial about it from a lot of experts. But what you will hear is that Mario Fernandez has no cellular data or location data for the time of the murder. And again, you may hear argument of coincidences and network connectivity. But there's data before the murder, there's data after the murder, and there is no data during the murder. And because Mario Fernandez wiped his cell phone, the expert who would have been able to go in and look at his phone and say it was on airplane mode, it was off, it was on, it was at home using Wi-Fi, does not have that information to tell you that definitively. There's no DNA putting Mario Fernandez at the crime scene. There are no eyewitnesses. There's no video footage that captures the individuals or individual in the truck clearly enough to make them out. These things are all true. The phone at home, lack of DNA, no eyewitnesses. But it cannot change the fact that there is no connection between the shooter and Bridegan other than this defendant. It cannot change the fact that this defendant paid a man $10,000 for work that didn't happen and a Kickstarter that doesn't exist. You will also hear about some activity on the defendant's phone and Mr. Tenon's phone before the murder, about a trip that Tenon's phone took to St. Johns County, to Nocatee, to the street where Jared Bridegan lives, 2 weeks before the homicide. A trip in a blue two-tone truck from Potomac to Jared Bridegan's house, to the crime scene and back to Potomac. A trip that Henry Tenon took while Mario Fernandez's phone was at the house at Potomac Avenue, not being used, stationary in one cell tower coverage area. No link between Henry Tenon and Jared Bridegan other than this defendant. I started my opening today describing the final moments of Jared Bridegan's life and the final moments that Bexley Bridegan had with her father as she witnessed him dying. I began that way to remind you of why we are here. Mr. Dreiser talked at jury selection about this case and media attention and the popularity of verdicts. A trial is about the state's ability to prove a charge beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence, not emotion, with facts, not feelings. But this is not a true crime podcast. This is not a TV show. This is real life. And the reason I started that way is so that does not get lost on you this week. That a man was wiped off the face of the earth in front of his daughter, and he died in a terrible way. I don't say this to inflame you. I say this so you remember why we are here. Our job is to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Defense job is to defend their client. Your job is to return a verdict consistent with the law and the evidence. You will be answering those two questions Mr. Mizrahi brought up. Was a crime committed? Did the defendant do it? Did Mario Fernandez have the intent that Jared Bridegan be killed? And did he incite, cause, encourage, assist, hire, or solicit him to do that? Was he a principal to the death of Jared Bridegan? That is your question to answer with the evidence, the law, and your common sense. We are confident at the conclusion of this trial, your verdict will be consistent with the evidence and the law. We are confident that you will return a verdict of guilty as charged.
Thank you, Ms. Stifler. Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief recess. We will return back in session at 11 a.m. The defense will now present their opening statement to you. The court reminds you that this gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence that they believe will be presented during the trial, and what they say is not evidence and you're not to consider it as such. You may proceed, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Jared Bridegan was murdered. Henry Tenon murdered Jared Bridegan. Let me say that one more time. Jared Bridegan was murdered. And he was murdered by Henry Tenon. There will be no dispute to those facts. No doubt. Mario Fernandez had no desire to murder Jared Bridegan. Mario Fernandez had no motive to murder Jared Bridegan. Mario Fernandez did not benefit from the murder of Jared Bridegan. Simply put, ladies and gentlemen, Mario Fernandez had no involvement in the murder of Jared Bridegan. And that is what we believe the evidence will show. I'm going to take a moment to walk you through the law, the elements the state of Florida must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and a timeline with details of what we anticipate the facts will show, and why at the conclusion of this case, we're confident in asking you to return a verdict of not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, the first charge in the indictment, murder in the first degree. As to count one, to prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements, but actually they will only have to prove two. Element one, Jared Bridegan is dead. There is no dispute and no doubt to that element. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. We anticipate there will be no evidence to support that whatsoever. Henry Tenon murdered Jared Bridegan. Element three, there was a premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan. The evidence will show that Henry Tenon had a premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan. The state mentioned, they said Henry Tenon is the shooter. There will be no dispute to that fact. So they will seek to prove this case by claiming that Mr. Fernandez is a principal to first-degree murder. That instruction that the court will provide you is that if Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana helped Henry Tenon commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did, if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the following two elements. Number one, that Mario Fernandez intended Jared Bridegan to be murdered. And number two, that Mario Fernandez did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Ms. Stifler. You will never hear a witness in that witness stand, see a text message or an email, any communication between Mario Fernandez and Henry Tenon intending that this crime be committed, inciting, causing, encouraging, assisting, or advising Henry Tenon or any other person to commit the crime of murdering Jared Bridegan. Second charge, criminal solicitation to commit a capital felony, to wit, first-degree murder. In essence, to get to the first charge, you have to go through the second charge. As to count two, to prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana solicited Henry Tenon to commit an offense prohibited by law, to wit, first-degree murder. And solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person, Henry Tenon, to engage in specific conduct. And number two, that during the solicitation, that Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Henry Tenon to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder or an attempt to commit first-degree murder. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the evidence the state has to put forth to you. They have to prove each of those elements, just like Mr. Dreiser said in jury selection when he gave a hypothetical about the links in a chain. And if none of those links are actually established, then the whole chain falls apart. That's what we believe the evidence will fail to show, are those links in the chain. Now, Ms. Stifler started this case, and she ended her opening statement with her statements of why we are here. We're here because a man was murdered by Henry Tenon with his child in the car. There's no doubt about that, and it's terrible. But I give credit to Ms. Stifler. She was correct. When you retire to that deliberation room, you have to leave a lot of your own human emotions here in this courtroom. The judge will provide an instruction, rules for deliberation. These are important. It's asking you to do something that's not natural. But I want to touch on a couple of those. I think it'll aid in the process of the next 2 weeks. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and seen in the forms of exhibits and evidence in the instructions that the court will provide. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or angry at anyone. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law contained in these instructions that the court will provide you. What that means is you will be angry. You will have sympathy. You will feel sorry. There are victims on both sides of this courtroom, outside of this courtroom, around the country, quite frankly, around the world. When you retire to that deliberation room, you cannot allow the sympathy, sorry, and anger to influence your decision. Now, ladies and gentlemen, no need to read this slide. This is just an illustration that there is a lot of history between these people. And it starts April of 2010. Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan are married. 2 years later, they have twins. You've heard that one of those has a medical condition that'll likely come into evidence throughout the next week and a half, 2 weeks. And then in February of 2015, Shanna Gardner files for divorce in St. Johns County, where they resided at the time, and a number of months later, they were divorced. The state made a point to tell you that the evidence is going to suggest that this was a nasty divorce, nasty custody battle. We believe the evidence will show you the opposite, that they resolved their divorce by what's called a consent final judgment. For those of you lucky enough not to have gone through that process, that means that they reached an agreement by consent of both parties, including their custody. In Florida, they call it time sharing. That it was equal on both sides. 2017, Jared Bridegan marries Kirsten Bridegan. The state said that there was short courtships. You'll see that that is somewhat of a theme, short courtships and fast marriages. That doesn't mean that they're not valid marriages. The state would want you to believe that the evidence is going to suggest that Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner had a marriage of convenience. Sometimes marriage is convenient, and you'll see that Mario Fernandez will be a good stepfather, and that he'll do an equal role. That's what the evidence will show. But once these parties were married, now with two separate households, co-parenting these twins, you're going to hear it wasn't always perfect, and the state was correct. You can take your common sense back there. Two parties have divorced. They're now shifting two children back and forth. Would they have arguments? Certainly. Would they argue over school choice and medical devices and child support, and hair colors? Yes. But you're going to hear that once there were now new spouses, there's going to be a family text, a text chain. You'll likely hear there were thousands of messages between Kirsten Bridegan, Jared Bridegan, Mario Fernandez, and Shanna Gardner. You will not hear anyone take the stand, say there were threats of violence, any types of suggestions of violence. They will say both sides at times would say things they maybe regret, cheap shots at one another, little digs, but no violence. There will not be a witness that will take the witness stand. You'll see no evidence that law enforcement was ever called. The Department of Children and Families ever got involved. Or that any of them went down to the second floor to domestic relations and filed for an injunction or what you may think of as a restraining order. They weren't perfect, but they made it work. They even had a consent order right up to October of 2021. Now, the state in count 2 of their indictment provides a date range starting November 1st of 2021, leading up to the date of the homicide, February 16th, 2022. There will be no evidence that you will see. We anticipate no evidence whatsoever of anything suggesting that Mario Fernandez has any involvement in the murder of Jared Bridegan. You will see nothing in December giving any suggestion that Mario Fernandez hired, solicited, or had any involvement, desire, or intent for Jared Bridegan to be murdered. I anticipate the state is going to call an FBI agent named Bobby Blythe. And he's going to testify to forensic data. He's a CAST agent, meaning he will take cell phone data and he will try to plot maps with arches and graphs to try to give an idea of where a device is. He will not be able to tell you this is where a person is, but this is where a device connected to that person is. And he'll tell you that a device that's associated with Henry Tenon travels to Jacksonville Beach on January 5th of 2022. You'll likely see a map with little plots, much like you would using your own navigation apps. It'll show him in Jacksonville Beach area. It'll show him travel down by the Jacksonville Beach golf course. He will not go all the way down to where the homicide scene is. He'll briefly go down the road that Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez live on, but he will not testify that the device ever stopped at that location. And certainly there will be no evidence, no witness, no data that will be presented to say that Henry Tenon, the murderer, had any communication or connection with Mario Fernandez or Shanna Gardner. Now, Shanna Gardner's name was mentioned at least a dozen times. She's not on trial here. Mario Fernandez is. And the indictment alleges solicitation of Henry Tenon, not Shanna Gardner. You have to be focused on Mario Fernandez. John Biggerstaff. The state actually did a really good job of explaining, kind of stole my thunder, of who John Biggerstaff is. It is correct, and it'll be undisputed, that Mario Fernandez went to school with John Biggerstaff's kids, his daughter and his son. And he's known him for decades. They both served in the military. They stayed friends. They worked out together at John Biggerstaff's house. John Biggerstaff also had a bit of a handyman business. You will not have to take our word for that. Because after this homicide had occurred, law enforcement was investigating Mario Fernandez. They put up what's called poll cameras. And those are exactly what they sound like. Cameras on top of poles used to surveil locations. You will be able to see John Biggerstaff doing work with Mario Fernandez at the Potomac rental property. You will see that legitimate work being done. In fact, it'll be a wet saw where they're doing tile work. Now, John Biggerstaff, who they will want you to believe is the person that provided the firearm in this homicide. John Biggerstaff did own a 10 millimeter. FDLE will come up on the witness stand and tell you they believe it's a Glock 10 millimeter. They'll also tell you that those have been in production since 1991 and that there's 3 models of Glock that's been produced. And he cannot identify which model it was. And Glock is a for-profit business. You'll hear they produced thousands of these firearms. But they're focused on John Biggerstaff's 10 millimeter. He did own one. The ATF did run what's called a firearm trace summary once they looked at John Biggerstaff. And in June of 2016, 6 years prior to the homicide, John Biggerstaff did purchase a 10 millimeter. It's a 40 Gen 4, I believe. It's what's called a bear gun. It's generally used for hunting. But later in 2010, as the state mentioned, John Biggerstaff is arrested for a federal felony. And as a result of that, he was required to turn over all of his firearms. Starting in October of 2016 until the day that he dies, you will learn that he cannot possess firearms. It would be a federal and state crime if he were to possess firearms. But how will you know that he didn't have the firearm? Because his son will come in and testify that as a result of those release conditions, he helped fill out a firearms inventory, an affidavit, and I've highlighted number 7 on that affidavit, which will show you a Glock 40 Gen 4 10 millimeter with the serial number BBG L770. Later that year, he becomes a convicted felon. John Biggerstaff will take the witness stand and said he did not possess a firearm. He will also tell you that they offered him immunity. And his statement remains the same. They didn't mention in their opening, but I anticipate you're going to see this evidence, that on January 25th, John Biggerstaff has some Google searches related to a 10 millimeter. He did. He once owned a 10 millimeter. Can't lawfully buy one or possess one, but you need to pay attention to what else he did not search. He did not search how to modify a firearm to throw off an analyst from FDLE on rifling characteristics or tool marks. As mentioned by the state, when these shell casings are ejected from a firearm, that FDLE analyst will tell you, we can tell it's a Glock because of certain markings. You won't see any searches of how to get rid of a firearm, how to stage a robbery for a murder, nothing. What you will see from the same exact day, it's also important to note Mario Fernandez is not there. You'll see that he searched the Windjammer Resort, the Average Savage, which is a band that apparently plays at that resort. He searches Charleston military bases. He searches 9 millimeters. There's not a 9 millimeter used in this case. You have to go into this with your eyes open and not focused like law enforcement was. You have to open up the aperture. You'll see that he searched locked gun case. You'll hear that John Biggerstaff has struggled with substance abuse and that he had a substance abuse problem during this time period. And I anticipate you'll hear that he hid drugs around his house. He searched his personal injury attorney. You'll have all this in evidence. You'll see that on the same day he searched handmade flour tortillas, certainly don't have anything to do with this case, luxury villas in Italy. You'll find out he doesn't have any money. You have to look at all of the evidence to determine whether the state meets their burden. But that 10 millimeter, where did it go? In 2016, Juan Biggerstaff will come in and testify that after filling out that affidavit, he then loaded 20 firearms into his vehicle. His dad said you can keep 4. Didn't include the 10 millimeter, shotgun, rifle, a couple pistols. He takes them to his sister's house, Stephanie Atkinson, where they remain until she calls and says that she is buying a house. Juan, please come get the guns. He goes and retrieves the guns. He will take the witness stand and tell you, my dad never touched them. Also, he'll tell you, they offered him immunity, but that will be his testimony. Both of these men have been offered full immunity from prosecution in a homicide that has no statute of limitations. And their testimony will be, we have not seen those guns since 2017, because once he picks them up from his sister, he then has them. He's at UNF, Juan Biggerstaff, studying, and he gets recruited to be a police officer in Irvine, Texas. And on his way out of town, with the 16 guns that he doesn't get to keep, he goes to a family friend's house, Fred Martin, takes them in bags and in gun boxes, and puts them in a closet. And both of those men's testimony will be, that is the last time they saw those guns. And the state will want you to believe this is part of some sort of conspiracy. John Biggerstaff has never been arrested. Juan Biggerstaff has never been arrested. They have been offered full immunity from prosecution in a first-degree murder case. And their testimony will be 5 years before the homicide was the last time we saw that gun. And FDLE will say, I cannot say that it's that gun. All I can say is it's 10 millimeter Glock, and there are thousands of them. Agent Blythe will come in and talk about timing advance records. As was mentioned, tracking plots on a map. And Mario goes to Potomac. That is his rental property. There will be no dispute of this. He goes there on January 29th. But you'll find out why he's there. As I mentioned, Henry Tenon, the man allegedly paid for this homicide, apparently can't afford the rent, and as Christina Stifler said, a rundown property on the other side of town. A man hired for a homicide who can't afford his rent is evicted from the property from the man who hired him to commit a homicide, is what they suggest the evidence will show. You will see a copy of the lease agreement between Mario Fernandez and Jeremy Ordway. You can use your own common sense about a landlord going to a property right before a new tenant moves in, and you'll hear testimony about it. And what Agent Blythe will tell you is that studies will suggest, and again, use your own common sense, that most people are within an arm's reach of their cellular device, unless they're sitting on a jury, I suppose. But otherwise, the devices are near them or on them. But the state will try to suggest through the evidence that you'll see that Mario Fernandez travels with Henry Tenon, or I should say Henry Tenon's device, to Nocatee and then out to Jacksonville Beach on what they will likely refer to as a dry run, scoping out the scene in order to plan and premeditate this homicide that Henry Tenon committed. The evidence will show that Mario Fernandez's device is at Potomac. And in fact, Agent Blythe and any other law enforcement officer, they will not be able to say that Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez actually saw each other, only that their devices were in the general area. But there will be no dispute that Henry Tenon's device travels south down 95, goes to the Nocatee area, the Beacon Lake area, and up to Jacksonville Beach, all while Mario Fernandez's device remains at his rental property. As to whether or not he goes to this rental property often, again, thank God for those poll cameras. You'll see Mario Fernandez countless times at his property, coming and going, tenants coming and going, air conditioning companies coming, him doing work at his property. There will be no dispute of that. Ms. Stifler mentioned that things were not rosy for Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez, and in fact, that was the case. You'll hear from administrators and teachers from the school that the twins attended. And they'll testify that, yes, we were told things weren't going great. They'd done some marriage counseling, but things were rocky, and they anticipated getting divorced. They were going to get separated. This was at the beginning of the school year in January of 2022. But what they will also testify to is that Mario Fernandez, in this so-called marriage of convenience, was an active and involved stepfather. That he would attend parent-teacher conferences. And they'll tell you, despite what the state said about this acrimony in this child custody issue, is that it is very common, and they accommodate divorced couples. And they gladly do separate parent-teacher conferences. Not uncommon. This was not a result of just Shanna and Jared having problems. This is something that happens because far too many Americans do get divorced and do have to raise children. But they'll testify that Mario Fernandez helped with homework, school projects. He picked children up. He dropped children off. He was involved. February 15th, the day before the homicide. Mario Fernandez, once again, back to Potomac, as he normally does. He is not an absentee landlord. He's involved. It's not a high-profile, wonderful, beautiful house out at the beaches. It's a rental property for lower-income people. And what he would do is go over and do work and try his best to make this property as best as he could. And he would hire people to help him. Henry Tenon will be there and leave. Again, there'll be no evidence submitted to you that there's any type of agreement, contract, solicitation, incitement, encouragement, nothing to suggest that Mario Fernandez has done anything to get Henry Tenon to commit this homicide. Mario Fernandez goes to John Biggerstaff's house. What the state did not tell you, but will be in evidence, is you will actually see why Mario Fernandez was there. You will hear testimony of why Mario Fernandez was there, because 4 days later, Juan Biggerstaff is getting married. He's going to be driving back from Texas with his fiancée on February 16th and getting married on February 19th. And that Mario is going to help with tables and chairs. He drives a truck. Nothing nefarious about it. The state did not mention that in their opening, but the evidence will actually show you that. You'll hear from John and Juan, who will tell you, we've known Mario for decades. He was kind enough to help set up tables and chairs for the wedding that was going to occur 4 days later for a police officer and his new wife. There will be no evidence at all of a firearm or anything to suggest involvement in a homicide. Juan Biggerstaff will walk through that door. John Biggerstaff will walk through that door. They've never been arrested. Their story has always been the same, despite being offered that immunity. The night of the homicide. Agent Blythe will testify that Mario Fernandez's device enters Jacksonville Beach and goes to Marsh Inlet, and there'll be a lot of testimony about that, as to whether or not that device ever left that residence till 9:30 the next morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, February 16th, 2022. It was a terrible day. There are a lot of people in this courtroom and a lot of people watching. That day destroyed the lives of so many people. We will never, ever say otherwise. What Henry Tenon did that night was unconscionable. And he will be held to account for that at a later date. The state has brought in evidence. Giant boots, car keys, jackets of Henry Tenon. He destroyed the life of Jared Bridegan, his wife, his family, He's destroyed the life of Mario Fernandez, who's been accused. There will be no evidence submitted to you that will connect those chains that he had any involvement in what Henry Tenon did. Jared Bridegan came and picked up his children for his date night. You'll see video of this. It'll be heartbreaking knowing where that ends. He takes the children to a Jacksonville Beach barbecue place called the Bearded Pig. They're there for about 45 minutes. He drives them through Wendy's to get them Frosties. He drops them back off. You'll see videos. You'll watch them walk through the parking lot. And then you're going to also see videos of that blue truck owned by Henry Tenon, which will not be in dispute. These are little snapshots of all those videos that you will see. But what you will not see is Mario Fernandez. You'll see videos of that blue truck driving past people walking down the street. This thing gets blasted over the media. They are looking for any witness they can. There will be no witness, no evidence, nothing to suggest Mario Fernandez is in that truck. What you will see from 7:46 to 9:14, 7:46 is just shortly after dropping the twins off. You'll see the blue truck, as Ms. Stifler said, trying to give some distance. She's driving down 5th Avenue South through Sanctuary, turns into Fairway Lane. And you'll see that black VW Atlas driven by Jared Bridegan with his daughter in the back seat. And you'll see a muzzle flash. And you'll see a figure, which will be Henry Tenon. And you'll see video of him walking all the way from the homicide location down 9th Street, which is South Beach Parkway, and then turns into 9th, all the way down to Shetter, up Shetter, right past the police station. Ms. Stifler talked about coincidences. They do happen. And you know why we know they happened? Because a terrible, ironic fact that you will see is that as Henry Tenon is walking past the police station after this murder, Kirsten Bridegan and I believe her mother show up at the police station. They are caught in the same frame. So ladies and gentlemen, you will see that coincidences do happen. Mario Fernandez can know a wrongdoer and not be a wrongdoer. The Stifler suggested that there's going to be data in this case that Agent Blythe will testify to that will suggest that Mario Fernandez had his cell phone off during the time of the homicide. However, what Agent Blythe is going to testify to is he cannot say that. He can say it's either off, airplane mode, or other. What's happening, timing advance is simply records produced by your cell phone carrier, and what it is to make sure your cell phone works, that you have good signal strength, and it knows when to hand off to another tower. But he's going to read to you a disclaimer from T-Mobile. Even if call records are found, there may be times when no timing advance records are available. Please exercise caution in using these records for investigative or prosecutorial purposes. What Ms. Stifler didn't mention, but the evidence will show, is there were other gaps. 1205 to 1243, and there's going to be a lot of gaps. You'll hear testimony. Mr. Dreiser will cross-examine Agent Blythe. There'll be another expert that will testify. This happens all the time. But the reason 1205 to 1243 will be significant is that 1236, Detective Lamont and Detective Burrell from the Jacksonville Beach Police Department are now under the unfortunate task of notifying next of kin that Jared Bridegan had been killed. They will testify they left Jacks Beach Police Department at 1236 and that Marsh Inlet is just a couple blocks down the street. And they show up during one of these gaps. But there's another gap. It happens almost instantaneously. 12:05 to 12:43, communicates for a second, then right back to 12:43 to 1:14 a.m. is what the data will suggest. And why you know Mario Fernandez is there is because those detectives will testify that they were standing right there speaking to him and Shanna Gardner in their house, identified by their driver's license. They weren't called in advance and said, we're on the way. And so when the state will be suggesting that that earlier gap was because Mario Fernandez turned his phone off during the homicide, you will actually have a conflict in the evidence from a detective that's going to say, I looked right at the man and his wife. Cell phone off, or is it simply an engineering gap? And you'll hear testimony, you'll be reminded of that disclaimer that they're not to be used for investigative and prosecutorial purposes, because sometimes they just don't exist. As Ms. Stifler mentioned, during the same time period, the scene is being processed. I anticipate you're going to hear from evidence technician Jarman from Jacksonville Beach, who's going to say, we're out there, we're collecting anything, we're putting placards on the ground. That's going to be in these boxes. You're going to take them back into the deliberation room. You'll be able to look at the shell casings, everything. They did find evidence that night of Henry Tenon. You're going to hear they found DNA on the tire placed in the road of Henry Tenon, not of Mario Fernandez. They swabbed everything. You're going to hear, in fact, we asked them to swab something. We have no burden. But we asked them at our own peril to swab something they found that wasn't tested. And there was no evidence of Mario Fernandez. No physical evidence. No witnesses. No videos. You'll be shocked how many videos you will see. They went door to door to door to door, getting every ring camera, every surveillance camera. They went to the Beaches Hospital to look at their cameras. They scoured everywhere they could for any video they could find, and they never once saw Mario Fernandez. The state will want you to believe during that gap that somehow he evaded every camera that nobody could possibly know where they are. But was never, ever seen. There's not a fingerprint, a hair, DNA, nothing, other than the killer, Henry Tenon. As I mentioned, the detectives go at 12:36. During one of those timing advance gaps, they'll testify that as trained law enforcement officers, again, you can use your own experience. They do patrol. Now they're detectives. One will be a corporal. They're trained to look at observations. They'll testify to the observations they made. They'll also testify to the lack of observations they made. Nothing of any evidentiary value occurred when they went to that residence, other than Shanna Gardner crying about having to tell her children and Mario Fernandez being present right there when that information is being disclosed. They will not testify that he hid in the back room. They will not testify that he was sweating profusely 4 hours after this homicide that he's supposed to be the mastermind of. They will give you no observations, other than we showed up, they were there, they answered the door. And yes, later that day, Mario Fernandez does what he said he was going to do. He goes to John Biggerstaff's house to help with the wedding. And you'll hear that from those witnesses. You'll hear that Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner go in for a voluntary interview. As the state said, there were deletions of Google information. They won't tell you what it is. They want it to be some sort of evidence of a homicide, but you can use your own common sense, your own experience. They'll testify, it could be deleting spam emails. It could be deleting pictures. It could be anything, but we can't tell you what it is. You have to look at this with your eyes wide open and use your own common sense. State did not mention this in their opening, but they, I anticipate, will make some sort of feature about this. Is that after the interview, Mario Fernandez goes on a road trip to Pennsylvania. But what you're going to hear is that He went with his truck, with his tag, with his cell phone, with his credit cards. The state was correct. He had access to a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. There was no restriction on his travel. He could have gone right up the road to Jacksonville International Airport and fled the country. That's not what the evidence will show. So he drove north. He stopped, saw a buddy of his that he plays online video games with. You'll hear testimony, how they communicate over their headsets and sit in their gaming chairs, and they talk. They went out to dinner at Ruby Tuesdays. They did not talk about hide me from the police, switch cars with me, give me some cash, help me. No, they talked about trucks, and video games, and work. They went to bed early because one of them had to get up early for work. Mario Fernandez carried on. He went to Walmart, he went to McDonald's, he used his cell phone, he used his credit card. They'll produce all that in evidence. It will not be evidence of a man running from the law. Several days later, he drives back. Straight route to Jacksonville. Right back to Jacksonville Beach, to his home that he shares with his wife, a couple blocks from the police station. And again, there will be no evidence that he's trying to disguise himself, hide his location, or anything. He goes right back to where the police came to see him the very first time. And then on March 9th, they released to the media the blue truck, blasted everywhere. Every news station, social media, every law enforcement officer in North Florida is looking for this blue truck. You'll see the videos of it, driving through Jacksonville Beach. Then they start to look for the 10 millimeter. The state suggested that they looked everywhere. They went to a pawn shop in Jacksonville Beach. They went to Beach's Pawn on 3rd Street. They found 6 transactions. For a gun that's not supposed to be that common, at a pawn shop, they found 6 of them. Henry Tenon was also going to a pawn shop. Guess what they didn't do at that pawn shop, which was look for a 10 millimeter. They did not expand this search. They looked in Jacksonville Beach, and they looked at Mario Fernandez, because as the state tried to say, who else would have the motive to do this? They don't know who's driving the truck. They don't know who actually solicited Henry Tenon. There'll be no evidence to suggest they do. It took them 30 minutes to get to Henry Tenon in their opening. Payments. They want you to believe that Henry Tenon was hired on credit. That a man that doesn't have 2 nickels to rub together, he makes $15,000 a year breaking down wooden pallets. He's evicted from the property that Mario Fernandez, the guy that's supposed to have hired him, they're going to suggest that he's been paid. He does get paid. He gets paid in the form of checks, 2 checks on the same day. One for landscaping, one for roof work. Boy, thank God for those poll cams. Because as much as the state wanted to say that this property just wasn't nice, didn't mean work didn't get done. And you're actually going to hear a recorded phone call that I'll get to in a moment that will actually hear Mario, not even knowing that he's being recorded, commenting on how good of a day laborer Henry Tenon is, and that this was during COVID, and that called out a contractor to take down a tree, and they wanted to charge $3,000 for one tree. You'll hear the phone call. It'll be in evidence, and you can listen to it in the back, between 2 people who didn't know they partner was nice enough to get up and grab a piece of evidence that you're going to have back there, which is a journal found in the truck of Henry Tenon. And the state said, oh, well, there's a check and it says Kickstarter. Good luck. But we didn't find a Kickstarter account. Kickstarter just means that somebody's giving money to help kickstart somebody's business. Henry Tenon is a worker. Mario Fernandez has hired him to do work, not murder, tree work, roof work, landscaping, tile work. You're going to have Mr. Tenon's business plan because he wanted to be his own boss. You'll hear from his girlfriend. You'll hear from other people that say Henry wanted to start his own business. He wanted to do his own pallet business. He was tired of working for somebody else. He wanted to work for himself. And he wrote out a business plan that you'll be able to take back there and go through page by page with prices and what he anticipates his revenue to be. Mario Fernandez, who had at the time access to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, gave money to a guy that had helped him around his own house and invest in his business that he wanted to start. That's what the checks say. That's what the poll cameras will show. You'll never see any tie to a homicide. And after that last check, you'll never see any other payments. They want you to believe that the evidence is going to show he got hired on credit and took 3 checks. They were hiding in plain sight. Mario Fernandez's name is on the check. The business, the LLC he has with his wife is at the top. It's got his account number. It's written to Henry Tenon. It's a contract for work, not for homicide. Mario Fernandez, Shanna Gardner go in for a second voluntary interview, and Mario Fernandez provides his DNA voluntarily. There's a jacket you can't see over in the corner. There's these boots down here. There's keys over here. Everything beautifully put in these boxes. They'll be great for Henry Tenon's trial. They have no relevance whatsoever for you to consider the elements in which you have to decide to see if the state has overcome their burden, because nothing on these connects to Mario Fernandez. Mario Fernandez could probably fit half his body in those boots. They will have no evidence to suggest it has anything to do with Mario Fernandez and the homicide of Jared Bridegan. Henry Tenon gets pulled over, as they said, was for investigative purposes. He gets arrested for driving on a suspended license. They find an old rusty shotgun in the trunk of the car. It has nothing to do with the homicide, but as they said, Henry Tenon's a convicted felon. He goes to jail. They go to Potomac. They notify Mr. Ordway that Henry Tenon has been arrested in connection to a homicide. They search Potomac. These are photographs from evidence technicians. You'll be able to look at them. How they determine these are the boots, that's for you guys to figure out. Because you're going to see all sorts of different things they recovered from that residence, including the lease agreement between Jeremy Ordway and Mario Fernandez, signed on January 27th, when Henry Tenon, the so-called paid-for murderer, is getting evicted from the home of the guy that the state wants you to believe is paying him to commit a murder. Then the truck is recovered. There were likely a lot of high fives on that day. 2 ATF agents recovered this truck. This wasn't just a family friend of Henry Tenon. It was a man named Jimmy Jones. And this property is not owned by Mario Fernandez. It is not a rental property owned by Mario Fernandez. There will be no evidence to suggest that Mario Fernandez has ever been to that property at all. They talked to this man. He said, "Oh man, Henry, he rolled this thing up into my yard, said the timing chain was broke, don't work anymore." A man hired for a homicide apparently couldn't afford to fix his own truck, and it's sitting in the backyard. They get a search warrant to recover the truck out of the backyard. But the evidence will suggest they didn't need to get the search warrant because Jimmy Jones said, "Sure, guys, go in the backyard. You're welcome to get it. Hey, if y'all want to search my house, feel free to do it." They have now found the truck used in the murder of Jared Bridegan, and they do not have a firearm. Guess what they did not do? They did not search the property. They didn't go in despite having consent. They'll say, "Well, we didn't have a search warrant." You don't need a search warrant. Law enforcement will tell you if they have consent, they can go right in. And that consent can be revoked at any time. Jimmy Jones said, "Guys, come on in." He said, "Did Henry get caught up in a shooting?" And yet they decided not to go look for that 10 millimeter in the very location that they found the truck with a guy who did not call law enforcement and say, I've seen this truck all over the news. It's in my backyard. But what you're also going to hear, and why it's significant, is when FDLE takes the witness stand, that agent will tell you on July 30th, just a couple weeks ago, we're still getting evidence. He produces a report identifying the firearm used as being a Glock, has 4 names listed on that report. Henry Tenon, Shanna Gardner, Mario Fernandez, and Jimmy Jones. This was not a good investigation. Ms. Stifler was right. It was by officers who were not experienced in homicide investigations. They will tell you they were learning on the job. We'll never know what is inside that house. So when they say, oh, I wish we could have got the gun, maybe we could have exonerated the idea of it being Mr. Biggerstaff's gun, there were opportunities. They only looked where they wanted to look. And they did not look in a house that they were given consent to look. They recover the truck. They take it to Jacksonville Beach. They're going to tell you they didn't even want to keep it in their garage. It was so disgusting. So if your mind is, well, maybe the truck was scrubbed and that's why they didn't find any evidence. It's what the state will want you to believe. They're going to tell you it was so disgusting that when they pulled items like this book out, they would shake it and there would be things from rodents, from bugs. And it was disgusting. And they vacuum it with special vacuums, with special filters, looking for hairs and DNA. Mario Fernandez isn't like me. He's got a head full of hair. They didn't find one hair, one fingerprint, DNA, skin cell, anything. Nothing related to Mario Fernandez. The active wiretap I mentioned, you're going to hear it. A witness named Carlos Fong, he goes by Sonny. He's a friend of Mario Fernandez. He sees on the news about this homicide. And it was Shanna Gardner's ex-husband. You're going to hear these recordings. Oh, my God. Yeah, me and Shanna, getting separated. It's terrible. He's going to say, yeah, I still drive the truck. Oh, it's a nice truck. They talk a lot about trucks and why he likes his Toyota. Talks about his dogs. And why I mention the dogs is because the trip to Pennsylvania, the state will likely make a big deal of. He didn't take his beloved dogs. And you'll hear on the phone call, man, my dog has outlived his life expectancy. But I'll tell you, when I get him up and moving, he's great. And he also talks about Henry Tenon. Man, you know Henry Tenon? He doesn't distance himself because, yeah, guy did all sorts of work for me. Chopping down trees and tilling up the front yard and doing landscaping. He was a workhorse. You'll hear the phone call of 2 people that did not know they were being recorded. They eventually search Mario's vehicle. They seize his phone. No evidentiary value. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started this opening, as you started your jury selection and you heard the indictment being read, the state of Florida has the sole and exclusive burden to prove each of these elements. Element 1 will not require any proof. And I should take a moment and tell you, there's going to be lots of witnesses called in this case, specifically to do what the state is required to do, which is an order of proof. Unfortunately, they have to prove that Jared Bridegan is dead. So when there are witnesses that take this stand, and Judge Kite looks over and says, Mr. Hill, Mr. Dreiser, any cross-examination, and we say no, trust me, we could get up and talk for hours and ask all sorts of questions, but you've devoted 3 weeks of your life to answering these questions. So if we do not get up and ask questions, it's because there is no evidentiary value for answering these questions for Mario Fernandez. We will not need to ask questions of the really kind citizens that comforted that little girl in the back seat. We will not have to ask questions of the law enforcement officers trying to give CPR. We certainly will not have to ask questions of the medical examiner who determined the death of Jared Bridegan. When we do ask questions, we ask that you pay attention. And I know you will. You've committed so much to this. The only questions you have to answer is not, was this a terrible night that has scarred so many people? You have to answer these questions, which is that the death was caused by the criminal act of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. whether or not it was premeditated killing of Jared Bridegan, you will certainly find that Henry Tenon did exactly that. They will show you all that evidence. But you will have to determine whether or not Mr. Fernandez intended for that murder to occur, and whether he did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person, Henry Tenon, or others to commit this crime. They don't have to prove he was there, but they have to prove those two elements, both of them, in order to convict him. As to criminal solicitation, the burden rests at this table to prove that Mario Fernandez Saldana solicited Henry Tenon, the murderer, to commit an offense to which first-degree murder, and that during the solicitation that Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana commanded, encouraged, hired, requested Henry Tenon to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. That is their burden, to prove beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. And the judge will read you this instruction. You will carry it with you back there. We talked about it in jury selection. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent right now, innocent. This presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of this trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The law does not require proof beyond all doubt on the part of the jury before it returns a verdict of guilty. A mere possible, speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a guess or mere conjecture. Rather, it is based upon the reasoning and common sense after careful consideration, impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If, after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the accused, it is your duty to find him not guilty. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence, you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, it is your duty to find the defendant guilty. It is to the evidence introduced at trial and to it alone you are to look for that proof. You have to be convinced that he did each element of each charge. Otherwise, as you stated in jury selection, it is your duty, it is the law that you would return a verdict of not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, you have paid attention to me, you've paid attention to the state, you sacrificed all last week. In the next 2 weeks, we don't want to waste any more of your time. Thank you so much for your attention, and we look forward to showing you our case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Members of the jury, it is noon. We will take our lunch recess at this time. Please leave your note. All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, we hope that you enjoyed your lunch. Just to remind you where we are procedurally, the state and both the defense have given their opening statements. I turn to the state of Florida to open its case by calling its first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Jonelle Cruz.
Jonelle Cruz, please. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Cruz. If you could walk all the way forward, please. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Right this way, ma'am. Ms. Stifler, is your microphone on? Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your name for our court reporter?
My name is Jonelle Cruz, Jonellecruz.
And Ms. Cruz, where are you from?
I am originally from Guam, residing in Kansas City, Kansas.
And are you in a long-term relationship with someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that person?
Shane Borja?
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How old are they?
I have a 27, 24, and 13-year-old.
And Ms. Cruz, could you tell the jury what your prior work history is?
I worked with Baptist Primary Care in a medical clinic doing front desk clerical work.
And how long have you been in a relationship with Mr. Borja?
5 years.
I want to talk to you about February of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you and Mr. Borja living together in Jacksonville back in February of 2022?
Yes, that is correct.
What area of town were you living in at the time?
South Side.
And specifically, I want to talk to you about a night, February 16th, 2022. Do you remember that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that night, were you in the sanctuary area of Jacksonville Beach, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Prior to arriving at that particular location, what had you and Mr. Borja been doing that evening?
We had gone to return a motorcycle to one of his friend's house in Jax Beach.
And what area of Jacksonville Beach was his friend's house located in?
The house was located across the Baptist hospital and that school that's located there.
And when he went to drop off the motorcycle, what did you do?
As he dropped off the motorcycle, I followed him to the house in my vehicle. He got down, returned the motorcycle, and then I just remained in my vehicle and we headed back home from there.
When you were leaving that house near the Baptist beaches, what route did you take to get back to your home on the south side?
We went through the neighborhood.
And were you from that area at all?
No, ma'am.
How did you find your way from that house out to, I presume, JTB to get back to the south side?
Shane was directing me.
Okay. Would you have found your way out if he had not been directing you?
No, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury what that neighborhood is like, the route that you took that night?
There was a couple turns just full of homes, and then when we got to the left turn, it was just like a dark road.
Do you remember about what time of night it was when you were leaving your friend's house?
About shortly before 8 p.m.
And I want to talk to you about you and Mr. Borja coming across a vehicle on Sanctuary Boulevard South. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you describe what the lighting conditions were and the conditions that night to the jury?
It was dark. The only thing I remember the lights being that I was able to see was the flashers on the vehicle.
Were you driving or was Mr. Borja driving?
I was driving.
And as you drove, were you able to continue down the road or explain to the jury what it was that initially caught your attention?
So as I took the left turn, we obviously had to stop because there was a vehicle in the middle of the road, blocking the road. So it was dark. It was just flashers that I was able to see, and another vehicle that was right behind that vehicle.
Did you see anybody get out of the vehicle behind the vehicle with its flashers on?
No.
Do you know who was in that vehicle?
No.
Were they also individuals that remained on scene while police arrived later?
I did not see anybody.
I'm going to show you a photograph that's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Do you see an image on your screen in that witness box?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the vehicle as it appeared to you that night you saw with the flashers on?
Correct.
And where we are situated from this vehicle, about how far would you say you and the other car stopped in front of you were from this vehicle?
I cannot recall.
Were you right up close to it, far away? I understand you don't have to give me an approximation, but
Pretty far away.
when you saw the vehicle with its flashers on, I want you to tell the jury what happened next.
So I stopped the vehicle. Shane had exited the vehicle to go see if they needed help. So he got down. I remained in my vehicle, and then he walks up asking if help was needed. And then I see him walking back towards my vehicle, and he says to call 911. And at some point, he says there's a guy on the ground. And so as I was starting to call 911, I had exited my vehicle, and he took a turn around the backside of the victim's vehicle to check if there was, any other things going on, And he found the little girl.
Okay. I'm going to go back and ask you a few questions. You mentioned that you made a 911 call.
Yes.
Prior to today's trial, did you have the opportunity to listen to your 911 call?
Yes.
And I'm going to play that for you now.
JSL transfer.
Hi, yes, I'm calling. There's a guy in the middle of the road on America Avenue.
And I'm pausing it. This is, for the record, State's Exhibit 2. Ms. Cruz, is that your voice?
Yes.
Let me inquire. Can the jurors hear that okay? Okay.
I'm not sure if somebody else caught it in. Hello?
What's he doing?
He's, the car is open, and he's laying on the ground. I'm not sure what's
We're out on
going
America.
on. Right when you take a left on America going out, I believe to Sanctuary, maybe?
What kind of car is it? Is he by?
It's a black SUV. Is that a Nissan Toyota? Is that a Nissan Toyota? Is it only him on the ground?
What's he doing?
He's just laying there. I'm not sure. He's having a heart attack or something. And he has a little kid in the car. My husband right now is holding her. She was crying. So I think it's just him and this little girl.
Okay. And you think it's a medical emergency?
It might be. It looks like he stopped the car and just laid on the ground on the road.
Is he bleeding? Can you talk to him, or?
Is he awake? Is he conscious? Is he conscious, or he's unconscious?
Unconscious? Okay. Let me get
Yes.
fire. I got officers on the way.
Ms. Cruz, when you made that 911 call, did you see anybody lying on the ground?
No, I did not.
And what you're relaying to the operator, is that what Shane, Mr. Borja, is relaying to you?
That is correct.
You mentioned in the 911 call that your husband brought a child to you.
That is correct.
Can you describe for the jury her appearance when he brought her to you?
She was shaking. She was panting as if she's been crying. She was very worried about her dad. She kept asking, she was telling us that her dad is hurt on the ground, along those lines, and asking if the police was going to help her daddy.
How old did she appear to be to you?
To me, she was between 2 to 3 years old.
And what did you do to comfort her?
So when Shane brought her to me, I took her from him, and I grabbed a blanket that I had in the back of my vehicle. I wrapped her in it, and we just remained in my vehicle till the detectives came to retrieve her from me.
So you mentioned that she made some statements. I want to ask and go through those specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she say if she had seen or heard anything?
She heard a boom.
And then she was mentioning her daddy. Did you take that to mean that the man on the ground was her father?
That is correct.
What did she say specifically about what she saw?
Along the lines of, I can say something along the lines of, my daddy's on the ground, my daddy's hurt, and is the police going to help my daddy? That's pretty much what she kept repeating.
And were you asking her questions, and was she able to respond to your questions?
That is correct. I was trying to distract her from the whole scene.
What else did you ask her?
I asked her where her mom was, and she replied with, at home with my baby sister. I asked her her name, how old she was, and she had some like dirty mouth, And I asked her, I said, what did you eat? She's like, I had ice cream.
Ms. Cruz, while you were with the child, did you take a little homemade video on your cell phone of her?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury why you did that?
It was just for myself, memory of her, she was just the cutest, bravest, strongest little girl I've ever met.
Ms. Cruz, prior to today's trial, did you have the opportunity to review the video you took that night?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to play it for you. It's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. And I'm showing you on your screen. Is that you?
That is correct.
On the left?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the right side where my cursor is that the child?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the video you took that night?
That is correct.
Brooksy? And when were you my age?
When I was your age, I can too.
Yeah, when you were my...
Oh, there we go.
I'm going to restart it.
Yes, ma'am. Publishing State's Exhibit 1.
Brooksy? And when were you my age?
When I was your age, I can too.
Yeah, when you were my age?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
That one.
How old are you, Brooksy?
I'm Bloxy.
You're Brooksy. And how old are you?
2.
2. And what happened?
I saw a boo.
You saw a boo?
Yeah.
Aww.
Ms. Cruz, we can see in the video that you're inside of a car. Are you inside of your car?
That is correct.
And there are flashing lights in the background. At that point, had police arrived?
That is correct.
And at that point, did you learn that the child's father on scene had been pronounced deceased?
No.
So no one told you that?
No.
Okay. So when you're asking questions of Bexley, she hadn't heard any information about what happened to her father. Did you continue to care for her on scene?
I did.
And did the police allow you to maintain care of her?
That is correct.
Did you make any statements to the police that night?
No, I did not.
Did Shane, Mr. Borja, your boyfriend or husband?
Yes, he did.
I want to ask you some names. Had you ever seen or met the child in this video, Bexley Bridegan, before February 16th, 2022?
No, ma'am.
And have you ever seen her or met her since then?
No.
And her mother, Kirsten Bridegan, have you ever had contact with her?
I've reached out to her just to give my condolences and to, check up on the little girl and give my prayers for her.
When would that have been?
Probably a couple weeks after.
Ma'am, before you and Mr. Borja got up to the victim's vehicle, did you see anybody on foot or in a vehicle leaving the scene?
No, ma'am.
have you ever heard the name Mario Fernandez Saldana other than in regards to testifying in this case today?
No, ma'am.
May I have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Ms. Cruz.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Your Honor, we don't have any questions for Ms. Cruz. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cruz, may she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cruz. You're excused. State, call your next witness, please.
State calls Shane Borja.
Shane Borja. Good afternoon. Mr. Borja, come all the way forward. All right, sir, if you please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you, sir. This way. Watch your step, okay? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir. Can you see me over here?
Good morning.
Or good afternoon, I guess.
Yeah.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your name for the record?
I'm Shane Borja, Shane Borja.
Mr. Borja, what do you do for a living?
I drive semi-trucks.
And are you currently living here in Jacksonville, Florida?
No, ma'am.
Where do you live currently?
Kansas City, Kansas.
And we heard testimony from a woman named Jonelle Cruz. Who is that person to you?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have you all been together?
About 5 years.
And were you together back in February of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And back in February of 2022, were you living here in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about a night, February 16th, 2022. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
And were you in Jacksonville Beach that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what it was you and Ms. Cruz were doing in Jacksonville Beach that night?
So I was returning, we just came from a motorcycle ride that day, and I was returning it to my friend. And yeah, that's when we left her house after, and then we took a back road and we came across the victim in his vehicle, blocking the road.
Your friend, does she live in the Jacksonville Beach area?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you took a back route to get out. How did you know about that back route?
From my friend, she taken me through there, and I just memorized it. I don't know the street names or anything, but yeah, that's how I knew that route.
And who was driving that night?
Jonelle.
Were you directing her on which roads to take and where to turn?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came upon the victim's vehicle. Can you describe for the jury what you first noticed as being unusual when you approached the victim's vehicle?
Yeah, so we stopped and we saw the victim's vehicle blocking the road, and I got down to check what's going on. I thought maybe he needed some help fixing his tire because I saw a tire, and so I started approaching the victim in his vehicle, and I was calling out at first because it felt, something really felt like off because he was laying on the ground like motionless. So I was calling out to him, seeing if he needed help and stuff, and I didn't get no response. So that's when I turned around and told Jonelle to call the police.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a few questions and go through that step by step. Can you look at the screen in the witness box? Do you see an image on your screen?
Yes.
This has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Does this photograph give a good picture of what you saw when you approached the victim's vehicle that night?
Yes.
And going to State's Exhibit 33, does this picture appear to be the tire you saw in front of the victim's vehicle that night?
Yes.
Were there any other cars kind of backed up because the victim's vehicle was blocking the road?
Yes, there was one car in front of us.
And did you talk to the people inside the car?
No,
Did you see who was inside the car?
no,
Did they ever talk to the police that night like you did?
I'm not sure of that.
When you approached the victim's vehicle, well, how far away were your car and this car from the victim's vehicle?
Quite a ways. I'd say like maybe 2 bus lengths.
Okay. And as you approached the victim's vehicle, were you alone when you first approached?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you saw someone lying on the ground. Can you describe for the jury how he was lying, his position?
Yeah, he was face down, like facing towards the driver's side of his vehicle. Yeah, just he was lying motionless in a pool of blood.
Was the driver's door open like it is in this picture?
Yes,
And were the flashers or hazard lights on?
yes, ma'am.
You mentioned now that you saw blood. Can you describe for the jury what you initially thought you were coming across?
Yeah, at first I thought it was he was changing his tire or something, needed help, so I got down to try and help. And then when I saw the blood, that's when I thought that there was a car accident.
And did you look around to see if there were any other cars or people in the area that could have been involved?
Yes, that's when I started walking around the vehicle to see if there was another car in the woods, see if maybe someone else needed help, but I couldn't find anything.
You didn't see any other cars or any other people?
No, ma'am.
And then what did you do next?
I was just trying to figure out what's going on. I already knew the police were coming, so I was just trying to see if there was an accident, like I said, and if someone needed help. And then I walked around the vehicle, and that's when I saw the little girl in the back seat.
I'm showing you it's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 35. Is this the interior of the victim's vehicle?
Looks like, I believe so.
Did you remove the little girl from a car seat in the back of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to removing her from the vehicle, you mentioned that you were calling out to the man on the ground. Did you hear any response from him while you were calling out?
I didn't get no response, but I did hear I guess the blood and gurgling of, yeah.
He was not able to answer your questions or give you any information, though.
No, I knew that I knew he wasn't there anymore.
When you got the little girl out of the car, can you describe to the jury what her demeanor was like?
She was panting, and she seemed very in shock, and she knew something happened to her father. She was saying my daddy on the ground. I couldn't really make it out, but I knew she's trying to explain to me.
And what did you do with the little girl?
I just grabbed her it was my only instinct was just to grab her, and I just held her, and I was trying to comfort her as I brought her over to Jonelle.
Where did you go after you gave the girl to Jonelle? Where did you go?
I think I went back to the vehicle, and I still tried to do some of my own investigation, but I was just trying to figure out what's going on because I didn't understand it. I didn't know. I was trying to see if he hit something and got in an accident, so that's what, yeah. And then I went back to my vehicle and waited.
Did you wait on scene until police arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak to police on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that night, as you were on your way home, did you return and go to the police station and give them a more kind of formal statement than the one you gave at scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other bystanders on the scene by the time you left?
Yes, there were a few.
Police?
There were police and some civilians.
Okay. When you first walked up to the victim in his vehicle, were there any other civilians around that had seen what happened or that helped you out in those first few seconds?
No. Besides the car in front of us, it was just me.
And those people inside that car never got out?
No.
Prior to this case, did the name Mario Fernandez mean anything to you?
No, ma'am.
And prior to this case, did the name Jared Bridegan or Kirsten Bridegan or Bexley Bridegan mean anything to you?
No, ma'am.
Or the name Shanna Gardner
No, ma'am.
or Henry Tenon?
Who?
Okay, yeah, I think that answers that. We have a moment with counsel, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Borja.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
We have no questions for Mr. Borja. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Borja, may he be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borja. You're excused. And State, call your next witness.
State Car Sergeant Lawrence Smith.
Lawrence Smith. Good afternoon, Sergeant. Come on, all the way forward, please. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sergeant, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, this way, sir.
You need a mic up?
No, just, you can leave it.
Okay.
Should be good. All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Sergeant Lawrence Smith of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And how long have you been part of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Been with them for a little over 19 years now.
Give the jury an idea of your training and experience that allows for you to be a sergeant in the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
There's a process. Become a sergeant, you have to be a corporal first, and there's processes you have to go through to kind of prove yourself to be able to supervise and lead others in all aspects of law enforcement. That would be the way you became a supervisor, but it also goes back to your own training, personal training.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
I am a sworn law enforcement officer.
Did you graduate from the police academy?
I did graduate from the police academy, yes.
And in the beginning of your career, what kind of work were you doing?
At the beginning of my career, I started off as a patrol officer, and I also was very interested from day one in crime scene investigations, so I joined the department's crime scene unit. At the time, we were called evidence technicians. We have since changed that name to crime scene investigators. But I joined that, and I was kind of the boots on the ground investigator for about 5 years until I was promoted.
You were promoted first to a colonel, then to a sergeant.
I was promoted first to corporal, but I was able to remain a crime scene investigator as a corporal. It was 2014 when I was promoted to sergeant, and at that time, kind of promoted your way out of those duties.
Explain for the jury who's probably familiar with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is the Jacksonville Beach Police Department part of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
No, we're not part of the Sheriff's Office. We're a total separate entity from the Sheriff's Office. We work hand in hand with the Sheriff's Office, but most of all of our investigations are investigated in-house with the in-house with our general investigations unit. But also we could use other entities like the Sheriff's Office, and even we use federal agencies like DEA or ATF.
Is it fair to say that the Jacksonville Beach Police Department is much smaller than the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It is much smaller. It's a smaller land area, and I believe you have 71 sworn officers that are in Jacksonville Beach, which is about a 5 square mile area of land. But it's surprisingly, we can go from, I believe we have about 23,000 citizens, but on the weekends, the beaches out there, we can go up to probably 50,000. So we wind up policing policing more than just our citizenry.
Thank you, Sergeant. If you could just please pull the microphone up a little bit higher, since you're so tall, I may have a hard time capturing your voice. Just keep your voice up.
There is no microphone.
Oh, there's no
There's a body mic there.
There you go. That works much better.
All right.
Thank you. So the small 5 square mile area of Jacksonville Beach, is that still part of Duval County, Florida?
That is part of Duval County, Florida. It's one of the I guess there's 4 counties: Duval, Jacksonville, which is considered a county, or considered a city, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, and Jacksonville Beach, all part of Duval County.
So I want to turn your attention to February 16th of 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
And when did you first become aware that there was an incident in Sanctuary Parkway in Jacksonville Beach?
I believe it was late. It was around 7:50 or so in the evening. So it was either dusk or becoming or dark as it was. We were on the north end investigating a domestic dispute. The majority of the squad was there on that call, and we started receiving dispatch calls to somewhere in South Jacks Beach. The calls, I would say, the dispatchers knew something was going on, just couldn't quite pinpoint it, but they were receiving enough 911 calls to realize that something was happening, so they started dispatching us down there until things got figured out while we were en route, basically.
And did you hustle down there?
First call came out, I believe, might have been a vehicle assist. Wouldn't respond. You wouldn't hustle down a vehicle response, but the frequency of the calls picked up, and by the time I got to where I was, to about Beach Boulevard and 3rd Street, I was going in emergency mode based on the information that we were getting from dispatch.
So were you the first or one of the first police officers to arrive on the scene?
Yes, it was. Nobody could really describe exactly where this occurred. It was everywhere from, we were dispatched kind of to a general area of a quarter mile, I would say, every different call. Nobody quite knew exactly how to describe the road that it occurred on. And I went down, I happened to be the first to come across the road that it was on, which was Sanctuary Boulevard.
And Sanctuary, I guess if you're going south on it, it dead ends into Butler Boulevard.
Yes, Sanctuary is a feeder from the residential area of Jacksonville. It's a feeder road into J. Turner Butler Boulevard.
I guess the other side of Butler, just a little bit further south, turns into St. Johns County.
Yes, very, very close, very close.
It was close to not being in Jacksonville Beach.
It's very close, quarter mile.
Describe for the jury what happened when you arrived at this vehicle, what you saw.
Well, I guess you have to kind of describe the road to make this understand. It was a 2-lane, one lane road, if that makes sense. It was a north and south travel lane, but each lane lane was wide enough for one car, and there's curbs on each side. And there was one of those lanes that went south, and then there was kind of a ditch. And there's one of those lanes that went north back to Jacksonville Drive, which is the opposite side of JTB. These lanes, once you entered these lanes, you were committed to going to JTB. There was no backing up or turning around, or if you were in there and there was a problem that was in there, you were stuck in there. And that's what I found when I got there. I found a bunch of cars stacked up behind the victim's vehicle with the hazard lights on. Cars were just stationary, sitting there. And that was probably a good 200 feet of cars. I don't know how many cars that would be. I had to, because the lane is so narrow, I had to drive pretty much in the grass on the curb to get around everybody. And that's where I came across the Volkswagen in the road with Mr. Bridegan.
Would you describe this area as dark?
This area is, I would have to say, by far probably one of the darkest areas in Jackson Beach, if not the darkest area in Jackson Beach. It's dark enough to where you safely say at night with no moon, you can't see the hood of your car. It's that dark.
And this area of Sanctuary Parkway, are there homes that are adjacent to the road, or is it woods?
It's woods. There are woods that divide the homes that are on the west side, and there's kind of a swampy area. Then there's the southbound Sanctuary Boulevard. Northbound Sanctuary Boulevard, woods, and then you've got homes on American Avenue.
So you get out of your patrol vehicle?
Yes, I got to the scene. I noticed Jared on the ground. His flashers were on. I get to the scene. I see Jared lying there. Jared's face down in a pool of blood. I sort of get focused on him. Our initial response, we're trained to make sure that the scene is safe. Make sure the scene is safe. Make sure the scene is not active. That's our first thing. We've got an overload of sensory when we get to a scene like this because we don't know what we have, and we're trying to figure it out very, very quickly to get the scene safe and figure out and integrity of this case. So I initially got out of the car, thought to myself originally, hey, this is kind of a funny place where somebody would commit suicide. I initially thought it was somebody that got out of the car and shot himself, the way the body was situated, the way he was laying, and the pool of blood around his head.
So I just want to make sure the jury heard this right. He was face down?
He was face down, and I say face down. He was face down on one cheek or the other. He wasn't face down on his forehead. He was face down on I don't remember which cheek it was, but one cheek or the other cheek.
Meaning his stomach, his belly button was on the...
His belly, he was prone on the ground with his belly on the ground.
And having responded to this scene, were you aware of gunshots? Did anyone report gunshots in the area?
That I remember was probably third or fourth call that we received from our dispatch, and that kind of made everything that was going on make sense. From all the different kind of calls we got, that was where we were like, okay, this is what we've got. We've got gunfire. So
better hustle. You hustle out there, and you're scanning to make sure the scene is safe. How do you do that?
It's just a matter of being observant, getting to the scene. You really are trying to focus on the injured person, but you also got to make sure that there's nothing going on. There's not an argument still going on. There's no cars that have just sped away. There's nobody that's potentially still there that could be armed, wanting to do more harm. But it's just kind of a plethora of things that run through your mind in an instant when you get there.
So were you able to quickly determine that there was likely no other danger in the imminent vicinity?
Yes, when we got there, there was no signs of struggle. There was no yelling, no cars speeding away. We didn't get any information of cars speeding away. It was pretty quick that we discovered this was not an active scene.
Okay. So once you make sure other lives are safe, do you focus on trying to help the victim?
Yeah, now it's time. Once everything's safe, now it's time to focus on the victim, trying to save his life.
What did you do?
I went up to Mr. Bridegan, checked his carotid artery, did not feel a pulse. I then rolled Mr. Bridegan over and began CPR on Mr. Bridegan on the side of the road. I did that for a minute or so until my partner came up, and he actually came up and told me that there's a child in the car. That's what I heard. There's a child in the car. He actually said there was a child in the car. I heard there is a child in the car. So he said, let me take this over. You need to do what you need to do supervisory wise. So I passed off my portion of the CPR. I passed off to him. He continued CPR. I went to the car. There was no child in the car. And come to find out, the child had been taken out of the car just prior to us being there, and he saw the child being carried back from the scene. I never saw that. I never saw the child.
So you're no longer doing CPR because you're kind of the senior officer on the scene.
Yeah, he knew that I had things I had to do right now. Things were calm. We're working on CPR. That's usually a one person job until you get relieved. You relieve yourself through the process of it. But he did CPR until Jack's Fire Rescue arrived.
You've already described how quickly everything's happening and how you're getting little pieces of information. What kinds of information were you gleaning while you were doing CPR on Mr. Bridegan?
Well, like I said, my initial thought was that he committed suicide. I don't know why. I don't know why that came to my head, but it was my initial instinct. And as I rolled him over, I noticed 2, if not 3, shell casings under or near his body. And at that point, obviously, I realized that it was more than just a suicide.
Typically, people don't shoot themselves multiple times.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
yes.
fair enough.
And there was no gun on the scene.
Didn't see a gun. Did you notice anything on his hands?
Yes, I did notice. Well, I've got. Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Take your time. I've dropped the mic a dozen times.
It's still on? Did I break it? Okay. When Jack's Fire Rescue, when they come out and they pronounce somebody deceased on a scene, out of dignity for the person, they usually put a sheet over the deceased body just to cover him up out of respect. This sheet was over his body, but his left hand was still out of the sheet, and I noticed the ring on his left finger. I noticed his wedding ring on his left finger. Hit me in a way that an emotional way for me. I'm married 30 years. I saw that ring, and I just thought, wow, we're about to give somebody the worst information of their life.
Okay. Did you also, during this process, notice the pockets of Mr. Bridegan and whether or not he had been turned out? In other words, was there any sign of a robbery?
There was no sign of a robbery. I believe his phone was still in the car. I believe his wallet was attached to his phone. His pockets were not turned out. There was no indication. I don't think any time, as when I was there, I thought that robbery was even part of this incident. Didn't know what happened, but I didn't think robbery didn't take a priority on this one.
So at that point, you see the multiple shell casings. It's a homicide. Someone's calling the phone, because you mentioned the phone was in the car. Do you recall that someone kept repeatedly calling Mr. Bridegan's cell phone that was in the car?
There are on this is almost 5 years ago, and there are memories that kind of come and go, but there are very few vivid memories I have of this case. They were all kind of emotional. One being the ring on the finger, and 2 being when Kirsten started calling. When I saw on the infotainment center, the center console, where you have your music and all that stuff, somebody calls, their name pops up. I saw Kirsten's name pop up. And then probably 3 or 4 minutes later, I saw the name pop up again. It stuck with me that her name is very close to my wife's name. So I kind of read that as my wife's name. So it touched me in a way. And then as the evening or as the scene progressed, the frequency of those calls came in more and more, almost like you can tell it was a panicky, where are you? You should be home by now. What's going on?
Mr. Mizrahi?
I think it's relevant to show who's calling the victim when he's been shot and killed. So I think that's relevant.
Okay. Let me see you at sidebar.
Does the blood in the car indicate that the victim was in the vicinity where that blood was located when some of the bullets hit him?
Yes, and some of the bullet strikes in the car would lead one to believe that the person was shot inside the car.
And obviously, when you got there, I think you've already indicated that the door to the Volkswagen was open and the flashers were on.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice the tire?
Yes, I did. There was a tire that was mostly in the middle of the road, enough for a road obstruction in the road in front of the vehicle. And I noticed the Volkswagen was kind of cantered on the road to where it was possibly he might have been getting out of the car to move the tire, or the tire was definitely impeding his traffic.
And you don't know whether the tire had been moved by the victim to any extent, if at all?
No idea.
We'll go through a few of the pictures so you can describe what you've already described so the jury can get a visual of them.
Okay.
We'll go through them relatively quickly. We're going to call another witness to go through them in detail. But was a video, a walkthrough video conducted by one of your evidence technicians at the scene?
There was, yes.
Is that what we see here in State's Exhibit 3?
I'm not seeing it moving, but I believe it is.
It's not moving, but that's a still of it.
Okay, so yeah, more likely that is. With the flashlights, it was so dark back there, you had to use flashlights to kind of light the scene for the camera. So the flashlight would make it, yes.
Now that I hit the button, you can actually see it moving.
Yes, and there's a lot of flashlights going around.
So we'll go to State's Exhibit 4. You were describing the two lanes. If you could use your picture up on your screen to show the jury the southbound lane, they can see obviously the vehicle, and then the northbound lane.
Is it a touchscreen?
It is a touchscreen, just like
Okay,
99.
so this is going to be the southbound lane, kind of curves around and goes out to JTB. And this is the grass median right here that I talked about, kind of a swampy area here, about 20 feet or so of grass. It gets wider and it gets narrow in certain spots. And here is the northbound lane. You can see the two curbs here that would make it possible for anybody, this is happening on the same side, make it possible for anybody to either turn around or go around somebody.
And now we're going to fast forward to some pictures that show Mr. Bridegan, albeit with the sheet covering him. Just for everyone to know. Showing you State's Exhibit 8 and then State's Exhibit 9. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at Mr. Bridegan's body next to the vehicle. This is after he has been rolled over by me for life-saving try or life-saving attempts. What stands out with this, like I said earlier, his ring finger was outside of the white sheet, kind of near the curb. So I actually requested another blanket just to cover his hand.
And we see a lot of people out there working. Are those members of the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
These are all members of Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And we obviously see a large tire in the road. Is that the tire you referred to?
This is the tire we referred to, yes.
Okay, I am going to fast forward now to State's Exhibit 20. Again, there is some images of Mr. Bridegan in these photographs. So fast forwarding to 20. What are we looking at here?
Are we referring to his left leg?
Well, no. Well, first of all, the pockets. What do we notice about the pockets?
Oh, pockets are in. Pockets have not been touched or turned out, which would indicate this wasn't going to be most likely wasn't a robbery. You think pockets be turned out, wallets be taken, cars.
See that rescue had tried some additional life-saving measures. That's not something you did. That's something rescue did.
That's rescue does to check for any sort of life or any sort of, I'm not sure what they're looking for, but
See some placards here. Is that going to be marking of potential evidence like shell casings and projectiles?
Very well could be. I'm not sure. It might actually be the marking of his body there, but you can see in number 4, that's a shell casing.
So that's what you described when you got there. You're like, oh, wait a second, this isn't a suicide.
Yes, this is when I rolled him over and I started seeing these things, and it really kind of brought it together.
Fast forwarding to 25. Is that the ring finger that you described?
That is the ring finger I described, yes.
Fast forwarding to 28. Is that going to be the marking of a projectile that was found underneath the victim's body?
That is a projectile, and that is a very unusual projectile. It's not something we see commonly with pistols, with handguns. But honestly, when I first saw it, I didn't know what it was.
I can ask some more questions to lay a foundation, Your Honor.
All right, you may.
Yes, that's
Let me ask you Sergeant, let me ask you a question. In part of your 19 years of training experience, do you know a lot about guns?
I am familiar with majority of guns. I'm not saying I'm a gun person, but I know how to make them safe. I've seen most guns use pretty similar ammunition, and this is not one of those guns.
And in the course of your training experience of being an evidence technician, do you come across projectiles at crime scenes that you have to photograph and collect and things like that?
Projectiles are extremely important on crime scenes. Projectiles can lead a bullet, or a projectile being a bullet that's expelled from the shell casing. That can lead back to a gun, which can lead back to a suspect.
And we have experts that will be coming later, but just based on your first glance of this, you thought it was an unusual type projectile, excuse me.
I originally did not know what that was.
And then fast forwarding to number 36, stage 36, what are we looking at here?
That is blood in the car, and up near the steering wheel, there is a bullet strike.
Okay, so the red, what you've just circled is a bullet strike. If you could go now and circle where you see blood.
Down here is where I'm seeing the blood in the car.
And that's obviously on the inside where the gear shift is and away from the door.
That is, yes, that is the center console. It would be where the driver's right side would be.
And then I guess we can go back to stage 36. Excuse me. 34. Do we also see some blood here?
Yes, there was obviously there's blood here, and there was blood, I believe, that was kind of up in this area here, but there definitely was blood along this B-pillar / door frame.
As a sergeant in Jacksonville Beach, were you the lead investigator, or did other detectives take control of the investigation of the case?
I was not the lead investigator. I was the lead investigator is going to be part of our GIU unit. They're the ones that take over. I supervised. I was not the lead CSI either. I supervised the unit, the CSI unit, as kind of a support role for them. Extra eyes, a little more. Just basically in a supportive way to help them get their job done. Worrying about things about search warrants and the importance of certain evidence.
So just because you've been doing it for a long time, you kind of helped out and watched out, but you were not the lead investigator.
I was not the lead investigator on this now.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross?
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
You told the jury just how dark it was at the sanctuary where this homicide occurred. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a really short distance between where that dark road starts and JTB starts, correct?
Yes, I would equivalent to about two blocks, 2 city blocks.
And although Jack's Beach isn't huge, relatively, that's a very small part of Jack's Beach.
Yes.
And you being a law enforcement officer in Jacks Beach, as long as you have, you know that it's not dark everywhere in Jacks Beach, correct?
No, this is definitely probably the darkest area in Jacksonville.
Sure. But as soon as you leave that area, you get into residential neighborhoods that have streetlights.
Either you get onto J. Turner Butler Boulevard, or you get into a residential area with street lights. Yes.
Right. And if you, let's say you go to JTB, of course, that has streetlights.
Yes, sir.
And if you go toward where the shopping center is on the back road, like Nor Grande, there's
Jacksonville Drive.
Yeah, Jacks Drive leads you right to 15th Street, right? The road that goes from Jacks Beach all the way up toward the police station.
That's going to be South Beach Parkway, which turns into 9th Street.
Okay, South Beach Parkway, where the hardware store is, and all those businesses.
That would be Marsh Landing Parkway, South Beach Parkway.
And that's all
J. Turner Butler, those are all kind of in the same area. They kind of intersect in the same area there.
But my point is, it's all well lit in that area.
Oh, yes, it's all well lit.
Going all the way up toward the police station.
I would say yes. The lights are amber lights. I'd say not well lit, but amber lit, and you can understand the lights are. I mean, it's not like this, but there's definitely lighting.
And there's sidewalks where people are walking up and down all the way up to the police station.
Yes.
And there's parks that you pass.
Yes, there's a park, South Beach Park.
Okay. So when you talk about just how dark it was that night at that time, you were talking about just a very, very small part of Jacks Beach that was so dark you couldn't see the hood.
Very small area of Jacks Beach that is consistently dark.
Right. Thank you very much. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
He's excused for now. He is subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, Sergeant, do you understand what that means?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just stay in contact with the attorneys, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just briefly approach without the court reporter.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Remember, I told you had to break about every hour, so we've been going for about an hour. So let's call this 2:10, and we'll come back at 2:25. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. They can just have that back. They can have it back. I'm giving you the defense exhibit back. I was starting to highlight the ones that were composite. That's the only thing I did to it. So you can have it back. Do you have one or no?
He's going to scan it and email it to us, so we'll have a copy. At least I'll have one binder, just for whatever reason. I'm sure just from there, stop.
Okay. Okay. Give me just a second. Mr. Dreiser, I think that you do probably need a clean copy. I did highlight something on there. At some point, you want to replace it, okay? All right, are both sides ready to proceed? Okay. All right, Mr. Holman, if you could get the jurors. Is the defense ready as well? Okay. Welcome back. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Stifler, and call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kirsten Bridegan.
Kirsten Bridegan, please. All right, good afternoon. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, if you make your way to the witness stand, watch your step. There's an incline. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bridegan.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to our jury?
My name is Kirsten Bridegan.
And Ms. Bridegan, are you the widow of the deceased victim in this case, Jared Bridegan?
I am.
I'm going to start with a couple questions into your background, okay? Where are you originally from?
I was born in California, but raised most of my life in the Seattle, Washington area.
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree.
What brought you to Jacksonville, Florida?
Jared, we had met on a dating app when I was living in Charlotte, North Carolina. And when we decided to get married, I moved down here to be with him and the kids.
So let's get a little bit more information about that. What year did you meet Jared Bridegan?
Early 2017.
And at the time you were living in Charlotte?
I was.
And you all developed a relationship. Tell the jury very briefly how it was you came to get married and end up here in Jacksonville.
So like I said, we met on a dating app, and then he drove 7 hours up to Charlotte to take me on a first date. We spent basically an entire day together on that first date until he drove home, and then we just kept doing long distance and FaceTiming and until we decided to get engaged and then get married later that year.
When you met him, did you know that he had previously been married?
I did.
And did you know that he had children from that marriage?
I did.
Before you got married, did you have the chance to meet them and get to know them?
I did. We spent a lot of time after he and I had kind of established a relationship, spending time with his kids to make sure that that would be a good fit for all of us.
So after you and Jared were married, you moved here to Jacksonville, Florida. And where in Jacksonville did you live?
We moved into a home in Nocatee that he had already owned when we got married, and then we later moved a few minutes down the road just outside of Nocatee.
And did you have children with Mr. Bridegan?
I did. We had two daughters.
And what are their names and ages?
Bexley Bridegan, who is currently 7, and London Bridegan, who just turned 5.
I want to ask you a little bit about the time leading up to your husband's death. Specifically, I want to ask you about your co-parenting relationship with Shanna Gardner and a man named Mario Fernandez, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez?
I do.
When you walked into court today, did you see Mr. Fernandez?
I did.
Can you identify him for the record by where he's sitting and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He is sitting to the right of me wearing a gray suit and a reddish tie.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
When you first married Jared, was he still involved in litigation from his divorce and leading into child custody issues with Ms. Gardner?
Yes, they were arguing, I believe, about child support around the time of our wedding.
And when did you get married?
In October 2017.
At the time you got married, was Ms. Gardner married to Mario Fernandez?
She was not.
And had you ever met Mario Fernandez before then?
I had not.
At some point, did Ms. Gardner marry Mr. Fernandez, to your knowledge?
Yes, I remember we got a text while in church letting us know that they were married now.
Can you explain to the jury, from the time that you and Jared got married up until his death, what your agreement was with Ms. Gardner regarding sharing custody of Jared's children?
So we had 50-50 custody, so it was every other week, 1 week with us, 1 week with her and him. And then there was a date night once a week on the off week. So if we didn't have the children, we'd have a date night with them. And if we had the children, then Shanna and Mario would have a date night with them on that week.
The jury is going to get the opportunity to look at the filings from the family law case. Were you involved in any of the litigation between Mr. Bridegan and Ms. Gardner?
Yeah, I don't think I was named in most of them, but we did work together on all of that.
What types of issues were your family litigating with Ms. Gardner in regards to the children?
There's all sorts of things. It was where they went to school after Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez moved addresses. It was who would pay for medical expenses, especially an oxygen machine that my stepson needed for his health. There was a lot of things that were litigated.
Could you describe what the co-parenting relationship was like between the four of you? Would you consider it civil, amicable, petty?
It was pretty terrible.
What do you mean by that?
There was absolutely no trust, so everything was in writing, text, email. We did not speak in person, like at school events, didn't do phone calls. We felt that everything needed to be in writing so that it could be shown, like there was no miscommunication there.
Was any of that reflected or would be reflected in the court docket for the family law case?
It could be.
How were you hearing about, or where was the information coming from that was letting you know that there were problems with the children going back and forth between the homes?
Emails, texts, just not agreeing on things, then it ended up in court quite a few times.
Did you and Jared ever talk to the children about any of these issues with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
We tried our hardest not to. Sometimes they would bring up things to us that they had told us had been spoken to by the other side, and we would address it. But we tried to keep that stress off of their shoulders.
But were there times when you and Mr. Bridegan had discussions with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, back and forth, vice versa, whichever, of the children telling them something about you all, or you all hearing something from them about them from the children?
Yes, many times.
And you mentioned that everything was in writing. Did you or Mr. Bridegan speak with Ms. Gardner or Mr. Fernandez in person or by phone, or was everything in writing?
There might have been, just casual remarks at a doctor's office or a school event, but we really tried not to have verbal communication.
When you went to school events, describe to the jury how that interaction was between yourself and Mr. Bridegan and Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner.
When it was something where all four of us were at, it was very tense. You could just feel the tension. Jared, he would kind of retreat into himself and be quiet and not want to make eye contact. So it was not a comfortable experience ever.
Were you all able to co-parent such that you could attend parent-teacher conferences together, doctor's appointments together, school events together?
We tried our best not to. We had separate parent-teacher conferences. There would be doctor's appointments where we were there, dentist appointments when they would come to just be there when it was on our week. There was one specific doctor's appointment for our stepson where they were going over details of some medication, where all four of us were there to make sure we're on the same page as far as his care. But typically we tried to keep those separate.
Was there ever a point in time where the co-parenting relationship was improved or better, or was it generally always tense and difficult?
There were little moments here and there where it's kind of oddly calm, like just kind of waiting for something else to drop. But I would say the vast majority was pretty tense.
When you had your own children, starting with Bexley and then London, did that cause any kind of improvement or difference in the relationship with your co-parents?
I personally felt that it made it worse. I felt like after that, the things that my stepkids would come home saying, it kind of intensified as far as like the negativity they were hearing.
And to be fair, some of that negativity was also coming from your side towards them.
Yeah, we did not like each other.
Okay. Tell me about you mentioned the custody agreement. Was that something that everybody was on board for, 50-50 custody?
No. There was one specific thing that was a pretty contentious point where Shanna had wanted to allow overnights with step-parents, specifically Mr. Fernandez, without her present, and we just were not comfortable with that and fought back really hard. Even saying, like, I will not get alone overnights with the kids to make sure that he doesn't get overnights with the kids, and that was a big one that we fought over time and time again.
Before his death, were you and Jared interested in or attempting to increase your share of custody of the twins?
We were not.
To your knowledge, were you involved in any litigation, or did you have any indication that Ms. Gardner was attempting to get more share of custody of the twins?
There were some things that my stepdaughter had told us that...
Response.
I can rephrase it.
Okay.
Without saying what your stepchildren told you, did you and Mr. Bridegan speak with an attorney or take any steps based on an indication that you might have to fight a claim for more custody on the part of Ms. Gardner?
Same objection, Your Honor, until there's some kind of proffer, and not because of what she heard from someone else. That's just a bootstrap case. We have to do that outside.
Let me see you at sidebar. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Bridegan, you can answer the question. Let me re-ask it. Without saying what the children talked to you about or your conversations, leading up to Jared's death, were you and Jared making arrangements and preparations for a potential, I won't say battle, but litigation regarding a custody claim by Ms. Gardner?
We were.
That includes speaking to your family law attorneys,
Yes.
gathering documentation.
Yes.
Okay. Leading up to Jared's death, were you also making arrangements for Jared's daughter, your stepdaughter, to be baptized in the Mormon Church?
Yes, she had expressed a desire to do so.
And did you and Jared, were you practicing members of the Mormon Church before his death?
We were.
And were you taking her to services, or is that what you call them, services?
Yes. Yeah, we were.
Okay. And were you helping her prepare for the baptism, making sure that she had the appropriate outfit, the appropriate classes or training or whatever it was she needed to do in order to get baptized?
We were. In our church, children are usually baptized at the age of 8, and she was 9. And we just wanted to make sure she knew what that meant, what a baptism means, what it means to make that decision for her life. So yes, we were talking about it at home. She was receiving what they call lessons, like just going over, the beliefs and everything. And she and I had talked about picking out a dress, and then she actually ended up going shopping for one with her mom.
Okay. And did you and Jared have, without saying what it was, correspondence regarding her decision to be baptized?
Between the two of us?
Between yourself and Jared and Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
Was there back and forth between the two sets of co-parents regarding her decision to be baptized?
Yes, there was.
And do you remember how close in time before Jared's death that back and forth correspondence was between yourself and Mr. Bridegan and Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
I believe it was the month or two leading up to his death.
I want to ask you, go back to date night.
Okay.
Was date night something that you all agreed on in writing?
Yeah, it was part of the parenting plan.
And what was the schedule for date night?
So it was Wednesday nights on the week that the parent A didn't have the child, then parent A would get Wednesday night, date night. And it was always Wednesday evenings. The time itself shifted slightly, like a few months before Jared died because of, am I allowed to say names? Or just step?
Since we're talking about minor children, for purposes of the record, you can refer to them by their initials. So I'll ask you that. Jared's children with Ms. Gardner are male and female children. We're going to call them A, B, and LB. Are those their initials?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So the time shifted slightly because AB was now in a different gymnastics schedule.
Where did she do her gymnastics?
At a facility just a few minutes down the road from our home.
In Nocatee?
Just outside of Nocatee.
How long had date night been a regular routine between the co-parents, parents A and parents B?
I believe the entire time of my marriage to Jared, and I believe since the divorce.
So several years?
Yes.
And was it always Wednesdays in the evening?
Yeah, as far as I can recall, it was always Wednesdays.
Did you participate in date night?
I did up until the birth of our second daughter, and then postpartum baby sleep schedule just made it a little bit difficult, and so Jared would take our daughter Bexley with him on date nights with the twins.
And you mentioned the birth of your second daughter. When was your second daughter born?
In August of 2021.
And so in the months leading up to Jared's death in February of 2022, were you attending date night?
I was not.
Did Bexley go with Jared to every date night?
Yes.
I want to talk about February 16th, 2022. Prior to, was that a date night?
It was.
And how did you all make the plans for what you would do on date night? Did you coordinate with the other parents, or did you just pick up the kids and do what you all wanted to do with them?
Yeah, typically there wasn't any coordination. It was just, this is the time you pick them up, you do whatever you want to do, and then the drop-off time was the same.
For date night, how did the drop-off and pickup work? Did you go ring the doorbell, hand the children off?
No, we typically just pull up to the driveway of the other home, text here, and the kids would run out and get in the car, and then drop off. You pull up and just make sure the kids get inside.
And that was vice versa, both sides is how it worked?
Yes.
And you said text. Did you have a group text with yourself, Mr. Bridegan, Ms. Gardner, and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
And is that where all the written communication regarding the kids happened?
That and email.
So on February 16th, 2022, what had you been doing the day leading up to that evening's date night?
I believe I had taken our two youngest to the store. We had done some chalk outside on the sidewalk. It's just a pretty average day. Jared had been working from home, so he was inside most of the time. That's as much as I can remember right now.
And that evening, did Mr. Bridegan leave your residence in Nocatee to go to the scheduled date night?
Yes, he did.
Was there any change in the schedule that night in particular?
No. Mm-mm.
What vehicle did he drive to date night?
We had two vehicles. He typically drove I want to say always, but there might have been a time he didn't. But typically it was the black Volkswagen Atlas we had.
And what other type of vehicle did you have?
We had a Chevy Suburban.
And who normally drove the Suburban?
Whoever had all of the kids. So that was our big family car. But when we didn't have everybody in the car, we drove the Atlas.
And when he went on date night, did Jared typically take that Atlas?
Yes.
So when Jared left for date night, what did you do that evening?
I was at home. I put our daughter London to bed. My parents were over that night. We were watching some sort of show after she was in bed. Just normal evening at home.
Did you have any communication with your husband that night while he was at date night?
I did, and AB was also texting me from his phone during date night.
Did you know where they were going to eat dinner that night?
I believe AB told me.
While she was there, she let you know what restaurant they were at?
Yeah, I believe so.
But you did not know prior to Jared leaving what their plans were that evening?
No, he didn't typically make plans ahead of time.
So it's just spur of the moment, what he was feeling like?
Yeah.
Did you know what time he picked the children up based on that group text that you shared with Mr. Bridegan, Mr. Fernandez, and Ms. Gardner?
Yeah, there would have been a here text in that group chat.
And while you were getting texts from Mr. Bridegan and from AB, was there anything unusual in their communications that caused you to be nervous or upset or think something was wrong prior to the actual homicide?
Not at all.
Did anything to you seem out of the ordinary for a typical date night?
No.
And at some point, did you actually call and speak to your husband that evening?
Yeah, so I was on the phone with my brother, and Jared called me, and I three-way merged it. We all chatted for a little bit, and then my brother hung up to let Jared and I talk. And I remember Bexley telling me, "Mommy, we got ice cream."
So just to pause you right there.
Yeah.
When he called you, do you remember what time of night it was?
It was after 7:45 when he would have dropped the twins off at their mom's house.
And was there anybody else that you could hear in the car besides Jared Bridegan and your daughter Bexley?
No.
Were you on speakerphone?
Car phone, yes.
Okay. And just normal conversation. Was anything about that conversation unusual to you? Did Jared seem upset? Did he seem fearful? Had you have any indication that something happened out of the ordinary that date night?
No, everything seemed fine. Bexley seemed happy. She got ice cream. Like, everything seemed normal.
And during the conversation, tell us how the conversation ended. Without necessarily saying what was said, how did you get off the phone with Jared?
It was strange, and I remember feeling like it was strange because after I was like, all right, well, love you, we'll see you soon. he was just quiet. And I was like, okay, it was kind of weird, and hung up. But it was like a pause and just quiet at the end.
Do you remember what time around you got off the phone with him?
I mean, it's somewhere in between like 7:45 and 7:52, maybe.
And he had already dropped your stepchildren off, and was heading home, presumably to Nocatee. You were expecting him to show up.
Yeah, he had said he was coming home.
Okay, so describe for the jury when you realized that something was not quite right.
Well, I was sitting on the couch with my parents, watching a show, and then, I'd already talked to Jared. He was on his way home. And then the time when he would usually be back passed, and I, didn't think much of it. It's like, okay, maybe hit traffic or something. And then it got a little bit later, and that's when I just had this just feel.
Did you try reaching out to him by texting him or calling him?
Yeah, I texted and called him.
Did he answer or respond?
He did not. And I would give it a little bit. I remember telling my parents, like, something's wrong. And they were trying to reassure me, like, it was probably fine. And I kept calling, and eventually I looked on my phone, like, was there an accident? Like, is there any news report of anything that would have caused him to delay? And I couldn't find anything. Yeah.
So what did you do then?
So then I got in the car. My mom came with me. My dad stayed at the house because our daughter was asleep. And I just decided I was just going to start driving towards the beach where he would have been to see if I could see an accident or anything and find out where they're at.
Were you continuing to call him while you were driving from your home in Nocatee to Jacksonville Beach?
I was calling him from my car phone the entire drive.
Did somebody eventually answer?
Yeah.
Was it Jared?
No.
Was that person a police officer?
Yes, it was.
And after you spoke to that police officer, where did you drive to?
They told me to come to the Jacksonville Beach Police Department, and that's where I drove to.
When you arrived at the police department, did somebody advise you that your husband had been shot and killed on Sanctuary?
No, it was actually quite frustrating because they wouldn't tell me anything. I saw my daughter, and she was okay, but I asked over and over and over, and they would not tell me anything. They just kept asking me questions.
Did the police interview you, so to speak? Did they ask you questions about your background, Jared's background, his plans that night?
Yep, they asked me what he was wearing, if he had any tattoos. They asked me a lot of questions. I just remember just getting very frustrated that they were asking me things and not answering anything that I was asking of them.
Eventually, were you notified that night that your husband had died?
I was.
And that not only had died, but had been killed?
Yes, I was told that he had been shot.
Did the police give you any information about evidence or leads or suspects that evening?
No, not at all.
Did they ask you any questions about what you thought could have happened that evening?
I don't recall them asking me that, but I offered up my own ideas of just my gut instinct, but I don't remember them asking me. I don't recall if they asked me that night.
When you say you offered up, did you direct them to potentially investigate specific individuals?
I did.
And who were those individuals?
Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner.
During your marriage with, and I'm going to circle back to that in a moment. We're going to get to how it is you came to offer that information. During your marriage with Mr. Bridegan, did you know him to have any long-standing disputes with any individuals? Did you guys have problems with your neighbors, with trees growing into your yard, or somebody from your past that caused you problems that you were in contact with, anything like that?
No, none. Jared was the neighbor that would loan his tools or help with the project. Like, we had no issues with any neighbors, anyone that I knew of.
Did Jared have a large circle of friends?
No.
Was Jared close with his family and talked to them frequently?
In comparison to how much I talk to my family, I would say no. But
I feel like that's par for the course with husbands versus wives.
Yeah, but he did. He loved his family.
Did Jared have any hobbies that were dangerous, like skydiving or going to Vegas and gambling, driving race cars?
No.
Did he go out of town frequently?
Not unless it was a family trip.
Did he travel without you often?
No, I don't think I can recall a trip that he went on without me.
Where was he working at the time of his death?
He was working for Microsoft.
And how long had he held that job?
I believe he started there October 2021, or it was late 2021.
Where did he work before that?
He worked for Clean Simple Eats.
And what is that?
That's a health and nutrition company, like protein products, macros, meal plans type of company.
Were you working at the time of Jared's death?
No, I had resigned from my corporate job just a few weeks prior.
And was that for any particular reason?
We were comfortable on his salary, and I felt strongly about being home with our 2 young children.
Were you all in any kind of significant financial trouble or debt?
No, we were doing really well, thankfully.
Did you know Jared to use drugs or drink alcohol to excess?
No, he just really liked Coke Zero.
And you and Jared, were you actively involved in your church?
We were.
And did you bring AB and LB and your daughters with you when you went to church, if you had them that
We
week?
did, yeah.
To your knowledge, were Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez involved in the Mormon church, or any church, really?
No, they were not.
Ms. Gardner at one point had been a member of the Mormon church. Is that true?
That's accurate.
And did you and Jared have any kind of difficulties in regards to religion and AB and LB with Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, we did.
Was the baptism one of those difficulties?
I mean, there was a little bit of disagreement on a couple of details, but we had a conversation where we were just like, this kind of strange how calm and agreeable they were to allowing her to be baptized like that. It was very strange to us.
Did AB ever get baptized?
She did not.
So we went down that route with Jared and his job at Microsoft. Do you know if he had any conflicts at work or litigation at work or HR complaints he was going through?
No, in fact, after his death, his boss and people that he managed reached out and offered condolences. They came to his funeral. Like, there was none.
Did he work at an office or did he work from home?
He worked from home.
So on the night that this happened, the police were asking questions about his background. Did you offer some of this information that evening and in the days following?
Yes, I gave him as much as I could.
Did they, in the days following Jared's death, come to your house and ask to look at your firearms and your electronic devices?
Yes, I even asked a friend to come over and help me make sure I found all of that and could give it to them in a timely manner. So yeah, they were at my house a few times.
Did they take Jared's cell phone and his laptop and his work laptop and hard drive and whatever devices that you could identify as belonging to him?
Yeah, they had the cell phone from that night. I never gave that to them. They already had it, but it's a work laptop, old computers that we had, hard drives that I found. I gave it all over.
Did you provide them with a list of passwords that you knew Jared to use?
Any and all passwords or passcodes that I knew of, I gave to them.
Did they ask at some point to rip the infotainment system out of Jared's car to see if they could get anything off of that?
Yes, they asked me to sign a release for that, and I did.
I'm going to go through a couple photographs with you. Let me find my evidence number. I'm actually going to show you two photographs. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
First one I'm going to show you has been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 62. It's on your screen there. And this is a photograph as well. Is this your husband, Jared Bridegan?
It is.
And then I'm going to show you another photograph. This has been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 65. Is this your husband?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 207 on your screen. Can you take a look for me, Mrs. Bridegan? Who are the individuals in this photograph?
It's Shanna Garner and Mario Fernandez.
I'm showing you a photograph that's been marked and entered into evidence. This is an individual by the name of Henry Tenon, State's Exhibit 200. Do you recognize this person?
Only from when he was arrested.
And I'm sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Prior to your involvement, prior to Mr. Tenon's arrest in this case, prior to Jared's death, had you ever seen this person before?
No.
Had you ever been to an address at 5239 Potomac Avenue in Northwest Jacksonville, Florida?
No.
Had you and Jared ever had any work done on your home in Nocatee, like landscaping, tile work, roofing, or anything doing with pallets?
No.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 135. Other than in regards to this case, prior to your husband's death, had you ever seen this vehicle before?
I don't believe so.
Have you ever had work done at your house or someone visit you at your home that had a vehicle similar to this one?
No.
And prior to this case, did the name Henry Tenon mean anything to you?
No.
Did you and Jared ever contract with anyone named Henry Tenon? Did you know Jared to have a Henry Tenon in his phone contacts, his email contacts, or to have ever mentioned anyone by the name of Henry Tenon?
No.
Mrs. Bridegan, if you could look on the screen here, I'm drawing your attention to a blue flag. I'm going to circle it down here on Cumberland Park Road. This is purported to belong to a location called Elite Gymnastics. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, that's where AB took gymnastics classes.
And this is State's Exhibit 182. So this is the gymnastics studio where AB attended gymnastics?
Yes,
And this is the one that's a couple minutes from your residence.
it is.
I'm I'll show you another photograph on State's Exhibit 182. And I have the address blacked out here for purposes of, since we're broadcasting this, but we have a blue flag. And this is here on Fresnel Street. Does that area look familiar to you? Or do you know what that is depicting?
Fresnel Lane. Yeah, that's our.
Sorry, Fresnel Lane.
Yeah.
And what is that flag depicting?
Our home.
Your home that you shared with Mr. Bridegan prior to his death?
Yes,
Do you still live in that home today?
we do.
I'm going to show you a still shot from a video that's marked and entered as State's Exhibit 1.
Brooksy.
Do you recognize the child in that video?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Bexley, my daughter.
I'm going to show you a portion of a video that's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. This is the Jacksonville Beach Police Station. This is State's Exhibit 91, and I'm playing it at 37 minutes and 27 seconds. The timestamp is February 16th, 9:15 p.m. I'm going to play it for you, and I want to ask you if you recognize a vehicle in a moment, okay? Mrs. Bridegan, while we're watching this, we see a figure walking across the screen at 37 minutes, 47 seconds into the video. Do you recognize that person?
No.
And at 38 minutes, 29 seconds, we see a vehicle, and I've circled it here on my screen. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yeah, I do.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's our Suburban.
And who's driving it?
I am.
And was that when you came to the Jacksonville Beach Police Station after they called you? Or after they answered the call?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is this picture of?
the inside of our Volkswagen Atlas.
And is this car seat here that I've circled the car seat that belonged to Bexley, or the one that you used for her?
Yes, it is.
And we see here in the other part of the screen, I've circled, what is that?
That was the base for our infant carrier that London's car seat would snap into.
Mrs. Bridegan, did you remain in contact with investigators during the course of the investigation into this case?
I did.
And were you passing along information and tips that you'd heard from members of the public that you thought could help them solve this case?
Yes, as much as I could.
Mrs. Bridegan, since your husband's death, have you been able to have contact with your stepchildren, A, B, and LB?
Very limited.
Do you know where they're currently living?
Yes,
Where's that?
in Washington State.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Bridegan. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
May I stay here? Or would you like me to move to the podium?
Is it going to be brief?
I think so.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bridegan.
Good afternoon.
Sorry that you have to be here, okay?
Thank you.
I just have a few questions for you.
Mhm.
You had mentioned during your direct examination that you thought that, or you were possibly preparing for litigation for whatever reason in and around the time of the homicide. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. The defense in this case, in Exhibit 1A, has put in the entire St. Johns County family law court docket. Do you know what a family law court docket is?
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Sure. So throughout being part of this litigation, you know that when you file a motion or when you have a consent order, it all gets put on the family law court docket, right?
Right.
Okay. And when, are you familiar when the case was closed?
After Jared was murdered, I'm assuming?
Well, after Jared was murdered, there was a suggestion of death, which is what lawyers do to say that one party is no longer with us. But before that, your case was closed, or meaning the case of Shanna Gardner and Jared Bridegan. Did you know that it was closed?
I don't think it's ever really closed because you can just file a motion and it starts it all up again.
It can start up again, but then they close it when you're done.
For
Would you
that
like to
point
look
in
at the
time?
docket? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you look at October 12th of 2021, where it says that a consent order was reached and the case was closed?
Hurry, this line? There's like a couple of them. Are you doing this one?
Yes, ma'am. The ones you were pointing to are later dates. I'm asking you on 10/12/2021, it suggests that a reopened case is now closed, right?
Yes, there's a couple of entries like that.
Right. Meaning in October of 2021, the family law case was closed.
It says reopened case closed, yes.
Right. Because it was reopened when Miss Gardner filed, and what's also in evidence, a mother's motion for declaratory relief. That was right below the line, correct?
I would have to, sorry, I was looking at just that line.
So we're clear. Mother filed a motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then right above that, the parties came to an agreement, a consent order, right?
Yes.
And then the case is closed.
Yes.
And that's October of 2021.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not going to be asking you very many questions, so I want to skip around. But one of the things that I thought would be important for the jury to know is that after your husband passed, the next day, did Miss Gardner invite you over into her home so that you could be present when she delivered the news to Mr. Bridegan?
She did not. I asked to be there.
Okay. And when you asked, she said yes.
That's correct.
Okay. So it came from your suggestion that you wanted to be there.
I wanted someone who loved Jared and the kids to be present when his children were informed of his murder, yes.
And they had no objection to that?
No.
And you went to the home where Miss Gardner was in Jack's Beach at Marshland Inlet, correct?
I did.
And Mr. Fernandez was there?
He was.
And Miss Gardner was there?
She was.
And you were there?
I was.
And did you bring someone with you?
I brought my dad.
And you all delivered the news together, correct?
I was present while Shanna delivered the news.
Sure.
Yes.
As you requested?
Yes.
And then lastly, Ms. Bridegan, you had suggested to the jury that on the night of the homicide, you were asked questions by law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Right. And to your knowledge, I think you know now, none of that was recorded, correct?
I take your word for it. I don't know if it was being or not.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking my word for it. It wasn't recorded.
Okay.
But you did tell them, in so many words, you may want to look at Shanna Gardner or Mario Fernandez.
Yeah, I believe I said something along those lines, that only people I knew had a problem with him were those two.
But you also told them that there was no violence or threats of violence that you could articulate or that you were aware of.
I don't recall if I said that night.
If you looked at a report from the police, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, definitely.
Hold on one second. Maybe an easier way, instead of waiting to find that report, Ms. Bridegan, you didn't articulate to them that you had been threatened by Mr. Fernandez.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell them that Shanna Gardner had threatened you or your husband, right?
No, I did not.
And that's because you had no information that they had threatened you or they had done anything violent to you or Jared Bridegan up until that night.
Correct.
You have a moment, Ron?
Yes. And my last question is, when you were looking at States 91, which was a video of you pulling into the Jax Beach police station, do you remember that video from a few moments ago?
I do, yeah.
Okay, and it's in evidence. They asked you who was driving. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And you said that you were.
That I was.
Right.
Yes.
But when you look through the window of your vehicle, you can see there were two people in the car, correct?
Yes.
It was you in the driver's seat, and then it was a family member, I think your father in the passenger, your mother?
It was my mom.
I'm sorry, your mother was in the passenger seat, and you acknowledged that when looking at that video, you could see two people in the vehicle.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Right. Thank you. Any redirect?
Mrs. Bridegan, this is going to be quick. Mr. Dreiser just showed you a clerk of court's record, Defense Exhibit 1A, and he showed you a portion where the case was closed because someone had filed a filing that Jared had died. Did you file that?
I did not.
Did Ms. Gardner file it?
I believe so.
In order to file that, did Ms. Gardner reach out to you to request that you give her a copy of Jared Bridegan's death certificate?
She did.
How soon after his death did she request that?
I want to say within the first 2 weeks. It's very soon.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bridegan.
Thank you.
Is the next witness quick or?
It's the medical examiner, so it's.
All right, I'm going to take members. While the jury's, Ms. Medina, do you want to waive your client's appearance or do you want her here? Okay. Please put a note not to bring Ms. Gardner. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Mizrahi.
Dr. Peter Gillespie.
Dr. Peter Gillespie, please. Good afternoon, doctor. If you could walk all the way forward. Sir, if you raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Doctor, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you. This way. Watch your step, doctor, okay? You may proceed.
May it please the court. Doctor, let me know when you're ready.
Okay, just give me 1 second to get a glass of water. Whenever you are.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Certainly. My name is Peter Gillespie. I'm a medical doctor, currently employed as an associate medical examiner in the District 4 Medical Examiner's Office here in Jacksonville.
How long have you been so employed?
Here in Jacksonville for a little bit over 12 years.
How long have you worked in various medical examiner offices?
25 years this year.
What is a medical examiner, and kind of explain to the jury how the whole system works?
Sure. A medical examiner under our system is someone who's tasked with determining the cause and manner of death, usually in a government organization of some kind. Sometimes it's at the state level, sometimes at the county or the judicial district level, as it is here in Florida. We're tasked with doing autopsies, to determine cause and manner of death, as well as testifying cases, do some teaching of associated medical professionals and the public.
Is the medical examiner's office a law enforcement agency?
No, it is an independent agency.
And so do you work for the sheriff's office or the state attorney's office or the courts or anything like that?
No, I do not.
And are you an associate medical examiner?
I'm an associate medical examiner.
How does the chief medical examiner get appointed?
That's an appointed position, usually by the state attorney or by an elected, a selection committee nominated by that person.
Okay. So ultimately, the the medical examiner hires associates to conduct these autopsies.
That's correct.
And you are a medical doctor.
Yes.
Explain to the jury what training and, more importantly, education that you have that allows you to come to courts like this and testify.
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from UMass Boston in biology. Following that, I did 4 years at a medical school, so I am a medical doctor. Following that, I did 5 years of combined general pathology training at Dartmouth-Hitchcock Medical Center in New Hampshire. And following that, I did 1 year of specialized forensic pathology fellowship training at the medical examiner's office in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And so when did you start working as a medical examiner?
I started working as a medical examiner in the summer of 2001.
So you've been doing it for a long time.
Well, 25 years. Seems like a long time, but...
So explain to the jury, you are licensed to practice medicine, correct?
Yes, I have an unrestricted license to practice medicine here in the state of Florida.
Explain to the jury what pathology is.
Pathology is the general study of the diseases that affect humans.
And so you have a specialty in that arena.
I do.
And what is forensics?
Forensics, as forensic pathology, takes those principles as well as some additional training involving injuries to try to apply those principles to more legal issues than a general pathologist would normally deal with.
And so you are a forensic pathologist.
Yes, I am.
As a medical examiner, what are you trying to determine?
We try to determine the cause and manner of death. Now, the cause of death is, those are two separate things. The cause of death is the immediate or proximate disease process or injury or combination that leads to someone's death. The manner of death is a general classification of the kind or the type of death. So, for instance, that might be a natural death or an accident or a suicide or a homicide, or sometimes in a very small number of cases, we cannot determine that, and those remain unclassified or undetermined.
So the cause of death, can you give an example of a cause of death?
Well, a cause of death could be coronary artery disease. It could be multiple blood traumatic injuries in a car crash. It could be a result of violence like gunshot wounds or stab wounds. So that is a much more specific thing than the manner of death.
In the manner, you gave 5 examples. Are those the 5 manners of death that are accepted in your field?
Yes, here in Florida. Some other states have an additional one which involves the effects of medical intervention, but we in Florida do not have that.
So have you been allowed to give your opinion in your field of forensic pathology as to cause and manner of death?
I have here in Florida as well as in the state of Rhode Island where I worked for a short period of time.
Approximately how many times have you done so?
I never kept an exact count. I would say probably 100 times, give or take a little bit.
All right, this time I would tender for voir dire and additional questioning, as this witness is an expertise in forensic pathology and his ability to give his opinion in that field.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to turn your attention to medical examiner number 22-441. Do you have your medical record with you?
I do.
If you need to refer to it, just let us know that you're doing that. Have you had the occasion to refer to that medical record before testifying here today?
I did. I reviewed the medical record as well as the scene photographs and the photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
So when we talk about medical record number, medical examiner number 22-441, what does that stand for?
That stands for basically everything associated with this specific case. Every individual case that our office takes jurisdiction over is assigned a specific, unique number just to that case. So, for instance, the autopsy report, the toxicology report, the photographs would all be classified and organized under that specific number.
And so in reviewing that autopsy, this time, before we get into it, Your Honor, I think the parties are stipulating that the autopsy of 22-441 was performed upon Jared Bridegan, the named victim in the indictment.
Is that correct?
That is correct. We stipulate.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So do you conduct an autopsy in the vast majority of your cases?
I would say probably in 80 to 90% of the cases which we take jurisdiction over, we do full autopsies, yes.
And just, I guess we could have gotten this in the preliminary questions. If a person has a deadly cancer and they're under the treatment of a doctor and they end up dying as a result of that cancer, does that case come to the medical examiner's?
Those cases generally do not come to the medical examiner's office. It doesn't really meet the statutory guidelines set out here in Florida. And their doctor or doctors usually know the cause and manner of death because they've been treating them for a long time for a known potentially lethal disease.
So what types of cases do you normally get?
We take cases that involve accidents like traffic accidents or drug overdoses. All suicides fall under our jurisdiction. Natural cases for when someone does not have an attending physician, and as well as all cases of homicidal violence, regardless of how that's actually done, those become our cases.
Is a general category sudden and unexplained deaths?
Sudden and unexplained deaths or unusual circumstances, yes, those become our responsibility.
So what is an autopsy? Could you explain that to the jury?
Certainly. An autopsy is an examination of the body, beginning on the outside of the body and working our way inside, as well as examining all the internal organs for signs of disease or trauma, and looking at tissue under the microscope, and when appropriate, submitting toxicology specimens that we draw at the time of the autopsy.
Is part of your examination and rendering your ultimate opinion take into account the autopsy as well as scene factors from the scene and how the body is recovered?
It is. Actually, we are allowed to use not only the autopsy findings, but any kind of additional information which may be generated, like hospital records or police reports, fire rescue reports, reports of the scene circumstances. We're allowed to use all that information to draw our final conclusions.
In some cases, your conclusions are very, I won't say difficult, but more labor intensive than others. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And sometimes it's as simple as gunshot wounds.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's what we have in this case, but I still want to spend some time going over it. When the body comes into your office, does it come in as is? In other words, do you try your best to take it in its natural state, the body's natural state from the scene before you begin your examination?
Yes, the body is brought in as is. So, for instance, if a person is clothed, the clothing remains on the body. The only unusual procedure we do with homicides, if they are at the scene, we place bags over their hands in an attempt to preserve any evidentiary material that might be on the hands. But they are brought in as is, and actually they are photographed as is before I even begin my examination.
So you mentioned something interesting that we can talk about with the jury. Is part of your duties as an associate medical examiner to collect evidence for potential law enforcement investigation?
It is.
And why is that? Why do y'all do that?
Well, one kind of evidence, especially if people have actually physically interacted, there may be DNA transfer between people, especially under fingernails, if it's a physical fight or someone's defending themselves. So we do collect that evidence. Other types of evidence that actually is inside the body, like intact projectiles or projectile fragments, we are also tasked with recovering those. So, yes, anything of evidentiary value, even including the clothing, we do collect and usually photograph at the time of the autopsy.
So before we get into the specific photographs and not, were you able to determine the cause of Jared Bridegan's death?
I was.
What was it?
He died as a result of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
The manner of death has been classified as homicide.
So did you measure and weigh Mr. Bridegan?
We did. We do that with every case we have, and we did that in his case.
And I know it's not like 100% precise, but generally, what was his height and weight?
We measured him when he came to our office at 71 inches in height and weighing 243 pounds.
Were there any tattoos or piercings or other distinguishing features on his body or skin that you notated?
I did not see any tattoos or piercings. He had a couple of scars, including a very large abdominal scar along his lower abdomen, all the way across the lower abdomen.
And did that appear to be some type of medical scar?
It is a medical scar, and it's usually associated with might generally be called a tummy tuck operation.
So, were photographs taken during the course of your examination?
Yes, they were.
Why is photography so important?
Well, I guess it could be said that photographs don't lie, and they're better than the best memory. But they also document injuries, identifying marks, evidence that we might collect. So it's a way to document things for the report and for the case in general.
So I'm going to go through a series of autopsy photographs. Some of these obviously are going to be sensitive in nature, so I give everyone fair warning that they are coming. If we can just go through them and you can explain the purpose of the photograph and what the jury is seeing, okay?
Certainly.
Showing what's been entered into evidence, the State's Exhibit 63. Is this the as-is photograph?
This is the as-is photograph of the decedent as he was received in our office.
We see some wires that are coming from the chest. Is that evidence of attempted resuscitation efforts by first responders?
Yes, they put 2 defibrillator pads on this gentleman in an attempt to revive him.
We see bags on the hands. Is that what you referred to in an attempt
Yes.
to preserve any DNA evidence if this, in fact, was some type of struggle or close contact?
That's correct.
Showing what's been entered into evidence, the State's Exhibit 64. What do we have here?
We have an as-is picture of one side of the left hand. In homicides, we photograph all 4 sides of the hand, the back side, the palmar side, and the 2 additional sides. We do that before the body is cleaned off. So it documents the hand as is, as well as documents the 2 articles of jewelry that were present on the body when we received it.
And those are obviously collected and preserved.
It was.
Okay. And we, just so the jury knows, we see there that 22-441. Will we see that in various photographs throughout?
You will.
State's Exhibit 65, what are we looking at here?
This is actually a cleaned up, what is sometimes called an identification photo of the decedent that shows the full face. It also shows that there are some injuries on the face, but it's generally called the ID photo.
So the ID photo in State 65, those injuries to the face, those were likely as a result of the fall?
They are consistent with the collapse injuries, yes.
So that's not the entry wounds. We're going to see that in a minute.
Right, those are not the gunshot wounds, no, sir.
Showing what's been entered into evidence, the State's Exhibit 66. Is this going to be the cleaned overall body shot?
This is the clean overall body shot of the upper portion of his body.
State's Exhibit 67, is that same picture but lower?
That's the lower part of the body after it's been properly cleaned up.
State's Exhibit 68, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the cleaned up picture of the upper half of the back surface of the body.
Now, we see a discoloration that we did not see when the decedent was on his back. What is this? Explain it to the jury, please.
The discoloration that you see is what's called livor mortis. That's the passive settling of blood in the skin due strictly to gravity and position. It's commonly seen on the back of people, especially if they've been either in a hospital bed or their own bed or on the ground or something like that. So it's common to see it on the posterior surfaces of the body. Not always, but common.
And that does not indicate injury of any sort?
That is not an injury, no.
Page 69. State 69, are these the 2 entry wounds?
These are the 2 gunshot wounds that I observed on the body.
And can you tell that they're entry wounds?
You can tell they're entry wounds.
How do you tell that?
Well, one actually, both were fairly easy. One did not have an associated exit wound. But if you look at them, they're generally round, and they have a rim of abrasion around the edge of the wound, which is consistent with entry gunshot wounds. Those are the 2 big things, usually round or oval shape with abrasion along the edge of the wound.
And this is, just for record purposes, the jury can see it, this is going to be the upper left shoulder of the decedent?
It's the back of the left shoulder, yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit 70 is going to be a close-up of those two entry wounds.
This is a closer-up picture, which we use the L ruler with, which gives a better measurement and a better photograph of these gunshot wounds.
You indicated that one projectile did not exit. Was there evidence that at least part of another projectile did exit?
There is an exit wound on his lateral right upper arm, as demonstrated in this picture.
So the jury can tell the difference between the exit and the entry. What the exit is not going to be symmetrical.
It's not going to be symmetrical and is generally not round. It often has a very slit-like appearance, and when you put the two edges back together, it's almost like they fit together, almost like a jigsaw puzzle piece. And if you look closely at the edges of the wound, there's no associated abrasion along the edges of the wound, as you can see by this close-up picture.
Next photograph of State's Exhibit 72.
Yes, that's a close-up of the exit wound that I saw.
So let's talk, I'm going to publish State 73, but before we talk about 73, can you let the jury know the associated trauma from those entry wounds, what happened to Jared Bridegan's body as a result of those gunshot wounds?
I can. One of the gunshot wounds went in and struck his left clavicle, fractured the clavicle. That projectile actually broke into several fragments, 3 larger fragments, which I recovered. 2 were by the fractured clavicle, 1 was in the muscles of the neck. The other gunshot wound went through his left common carotid artery and his left jugular vein, 2 very large blood vessels which are associated with blood flow to and from the head. It also passed through the pharynx, that's the upper airway where your vocal cords are located. After passing through those structures, it hit the right clavicle, fractured the right clavicle, and that's when a large fragment from that shot actually continued on through the right shoulder and exited through the lateral right upper arm.
So specifically the damage to the jugular vein and the carotid artery, would that lead to death in almost every situation?
Without immediate medical intervention, that would definitely be a fatal gunshot wound.
And when we check someone's pulse, we're looking at on their neck, are we going for the carotid artery?
That's correct.
That's because it's a large artery that supplies blood to your body.
It's the largest artery in the neck.
And the jugular is what, the largest vein in the neck?
It's the largest vein in the neck, yes.
So even though the location of the gunshot wounds were in the shoulder, they went through some very important parts of the body.
Absolutely, they did.
And those would have rendered a victim incapacitated virtually immediately. Is that fair? I mean,
well, it's hard to gauge exactly how quickly that happens. However, when blood flow to your brain is compromised, as would have happened with this gunshot wound, you can lose consciousness very rapidly, sometimes as little as 15 or 20 seconds. So it could be not instantaneous, but very quickly.
Okay. So we look at State's Exhibit 73. Do we see, could you point out, you can circle on your screen, the projectiles, fragments that you were able to locate?
Certainly, and I'll just preface that by saying, before we actually even open the body in homicides, we do full body x-rays, of which this is one. This is an x-ray of the head, the upper neck, and the upper chest. There are 2 large fragments that are visible in this x-ray. That's one.
Doctor, when you're looking at the screen, can you keep your voice up? Okay.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
There's one that I circled. There's a second one. That is from one of the gunshot wounds. The other large bright object is a large piece of the projectile core. That's from the shot that went through the carotid artery and the jugular vein.
If you could use your finger and not your nail, then we can, I think, can see it. Unless we already can see it. I couldn't see it. There we go.
It's visible.
Okay?
Yeah, I think the jury gets an idea of what they're looking at now. Thank you.
Okay.
And going to State 74, do we again see evidence of those projectiles?
We do. There's a large projectile fragment, which I just circled, and also directly adjacent to that, you can see where the clavicle has been fractured.
Actually obvious. You don't need to be a radiologist to see that, right?
That's correct, and I'm not a radiologist.
75, what do we see here?
We see another shot, which includes the left upper arm and portion of the left shoulder, as well as one of the large projectile fragments that I recovered in the left shoulder.
And do you collect all of these fragments?
Those fragments, excuse me, they are collected. They are properly photographed and then sealed into evidence envelopes, which are placed into secure storage at our office and then signed over under proper chain of custody to the police.
So we see them in State's Exhibit 76, and then close-ups in 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. Is that fair, Doctor?
Yes, those are the fragments that I recovered from within the decedent's body.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
Yes.
And we see those actual items in State's Exhibit 93. Just State's Exhibit 93 composite. Are these going to be from your office of those actual fragments and projectiles?
They are. That's my handwriting on the 3 envelopes.
Sure. And then in that, we also have a photograph of a victim's blood card in State's Exhibit 94. What's the purpose of taking a blood spot card from the victim?
We take a blood spot card because if DNA is found under a decedent's fingernails, we need a standard to compare it to. It could be the person's own DNA, or it may be from someone else. So we have to have that standard in order to determine if it's DNA from someone else.
And you and your team collected that?
I collected that personally, yes, I did.
You mentioned earlier the concept of clothing, State's Exhibit 83, 84, 85, 86, 87 are going to be all the clothing that you recovered from Mr. Bridegan?
Yes.
And do we see defects in the clothing that are consistent with the gunshot wounds that you documented?
We do. There were 2 defects in the posterior left shoulder of the clothing corresponding to the gunshot wounds that I found.
Did you perform a toxicology of the decedent?
I did.
Why do you do that?
In the homicide cases, we do that as a matter of routine. Toxicology findings can have an impact on the case, especially if people are using illicit drugs, stimulants, things like that. So it's another piece of evidence that we need to have in order to do proper classification.
And what were the results of Jared Bridegan's toxicology screen?
The only thing we found in the toxicology testing was caffeine.
Did the caffeine have any part in Mr. Bridegan's death?
It did not.
Was there any natural cause or disease that you found during the course of the autopsy that would explain Jared Bridegan's death?
No, there was not.
Can you determine within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was not an accident or a suicide?
Well, from what I gathered from the scene, a weapon was not recovered at the scene. If he had shot himself, there probably would have been a weapon there. So it does not appear to be a suicide. As far as an accident, again, there was no weapon found at the scene, so I think an accidental shooting could be safely ruled out.
And you have multiple shots as well.
That's correct.
And certainly the angle of entry would have been very, very difficult for a person to shoot themselves, either accidentally or intentionally.
That would have been difficult, yes, sir.
Did you note any soot or stippling from gunpowder on the clothing or the entry wounds?
I did not see any adjacent to either of the entry wounds. It can sometimes be hard to see on clothing, especially bloody clothing, and his clothing was very bloody, as a matter of fact. Just with naked eye examination, I did not see anything like that.
And if you did see that, what would it tell you versus not seeing it?
If you see those substances which come out of the gun when the bullet is fired, it's not just the bullet, there's other things which come out, including burned and unburned gunpowder, which is the soot and stippling you referred to. That can help us to determine the range of fire. If they had been present, that's a fairly close gunshot wound because those substances can only travel perhaps 2 or 3 feet. So it does help us, doesn't tell us exactly the range, but it gives us an estimation, a good approximation, actually.
So a good approximation is that the firearm in this particular case was at least 2 or 3 feet away from Mr. Bridegan.
Yes, sir.
What is your expert medical opinion about the cause of Jared Bridegan's death?
My expert opinion is that the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds.
And what is your expert medical opinion about the manner of Jared Bridegan's death?
The manner of death was classified as homicide.
Your Honor, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Ms. Mujahi. Cross-examination.
We have no questions for the doctor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. May the witness be excused.
Witness may be excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gillespie.
Thank you.
Will that be last witness for today?
Yes, Your Honor. We went faster than we thought, so we apologize for not having another witness.
No problem. Members of the jury, that will be the last witness for today. So before you leave, let me say that it's important that the lawyers are heard, so I require that they wear body mics. So if they have a second before they turn them on, please just forgive that, okay? So it's something that I'm requesting that they do so that they can move about the courtroom freely and also that they can be heard as well. So don't think anything of it if you are thinking anything of it at all. Next is tomorrow we're going to start at the same time. So again, everything was perfect this morning. Thank you for getting here early. Thank you for being ready to work. We're going to start again at 9 a.m. and we're going to go to about 5 o'clock every day. Today we're going to break a little bit early, but again, thank you for your time, your hard work. I'm going to remind you to follow the communication rules that I've put into place since the very beginning of this case. And so with that, we will conclude with you, and the court will be in recess. Thank you. See you tomorrow.